Item number 6 is case number DIR 2019-6048 TOC SPRWDI 1A. The environmental case number is ENV 2016-273 MND REC1. The project is located at 135 through 153 West Avenue 34 and 3401 through 3437 North Pasadena Avenue within Council District 1. Commissioners, please note that a technical modification was submitted for item number 6. It was emailed to all commissioners. Cecilia, are there day of submissions for this item?
Cecilia Lamas for the record. Commissioner Millman, I also like to announce that for item number 6, we will have an interpreter for Spanish and an interpreter for Mandarin. They are available for those who will be participating in public comment. For item number 6, we do have day of submissions, a significant amount that I am still trying to reply to. I ask that the commissioners continuously refresh their drive, as I will be continuing to add day of submissions. For members of the public, compliant day of submissions can be viewed in the shared drive by clicking on the link located at the top of the first page of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do see that Commissioner Helen has an announcement to make.
Thank you. I just want to put on the record that from public comment, the applicant has been previously a supporter of my organization, LA Mas, as our landlord and sponsor, but I am able to remain impartial on this case.
Thank you very much, Helen. Okay, with that, we will hear from City Planning Staff, Michelle Carter. Michelle, please go ahead with your presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen at this time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Carter with LA City Planning. The case before you is an appeal of DIR 2019-6048 TOC SPR WDI 1A, which is for a proposed mixed-use project located at 135 to 153 West Avenue 34. This project was presented to this commission on August 13th and continued until August 27th, where it was then further continued for today's meeting. As indicated before, the project before you is an appeal of the Director's determination for a Tier 3 Transit-Oriented Communities Affordable Housing Incentive Program with 2 additional incentives, a site plan review approval, and the adoption of an addendum to a previously adopted mitigated negative declaration, case number ENV 2016-273 MND. The project is a 5-story mixed-use building with 468 dwelling units, including 66 units set aside for very low income households and 16,395,000 square feet of commercial space. The proposed project is located in the Lincoln Heights community in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area. The site is zoned TQCM-2D with a commercial manufacturing land use designation and is located in a Tier 3 TOC area. The project site is currently developed with industrial and commercial uses and associated parking lot. Surrounding uses consist of commercial manufacturing, single and multifamily development, and not pictured here, but also public facilities, including Hillside Elementary School and the right-of-way for the Metro Gold Line. As I mentioned before, the proposed project is a 5-story mixed-use building with 468 dwelling units, including 66 dwelling units set aside for very low-income households and 16,395 square feet of commercial space. The project will provide a total of 311 automobile parking spaces. The development appears as 3 separate buildings, but it's actually designed as one building, which includes 2 levels of subterranean parking across the entire site. And with the 3 buildings that you see, each of which includes residential and commercial uses, the structures will be 4 and 5 stories tall. The project provides just under 66,000 square feet of publicly accessible open space. Additionally, just over 49,000 square feet of open space is provided solely for residents as required by the LAMC. Vehicular access is provided via two-way driveway off of Avenue 34. Pedestrian access is located on Pasadena Avenue and Avenue 34, along with bicycle parking. Here is a typical floor plan. The project will provide a total of 222 studio, 152 one-bedroom, and 94 two-bedroom dwelling units. This is the south elevation along Avenue 34, the north elevation, the west elevation, and the east elevation along Pasadena Avenue. The main appeal points raised by the appellant included the proposed ingress-egress along Avenue 34 and the impact of traffic on Artesian Street, the characterization of the surrounding properties, the CEQA analysis that was prepared for the proposed project, consistency with the general plan, and lastly, the lack of a public hearing. The surrounding properties are a mixture of uses which we acknowledge, and that includes commercial manufacturing, residential, and public facilities. Given the property's commercial manufacturing designation, the mixed-use nature of the project, we considered various city policies within the general plan and found the project to be substantially conformance with those policies. Artesian Street is a one-way street in the direction away from the property, and therefore it would only assume that those trips that are leaving the property, and Artesian Street is a one-way street in the direction away from the property, and therefore it would only assume those trips that are leaving the property. No trips to the site would utilize Artesian Street. And this is a slide showing our Avenue 34 and where Artesian Street is. Now we are on slide 17. All mitigation measures in the M&D adopted on August 22nd, 2017 have been incorporated in the director's determination as conditions of approval. There were no major revisions required to the M&D. Additionally, the adopted M&D is the environmental document that is associated with the project, along with the revisions incorporated in the addendum dated December 2019. The project is required to comply with all regulatory compliance measures. As noted and as depicted on this slide, there are no groundwater monitoring wells on the subject site. Additionally, the proposed project has been conditioned to comply with ordinance number 179280, which requires the project to satisfy any requirements from the State Department of Toxic Substance Control. Furthermore, the M&D requires the implementation of a detailed transportation demand management program, and the project is also conditioned to work with LADOT to implement pedestrian safety measures. With that, staff recommends that the commission deny the appeal and sustain the director's determination and determine that the project was assessed in mitigated negative declaration number ENB 2016-273 M&D, adopted on August 22nd, 2017, and pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15162 and 15164, as supported by the addendum dated December 2019, no major revisions are required to the mitigated negative declaration, and no subsequent EIR or negative declaration is required for approval. Staff also recommends that the commission adopt the findings herein. That concludes my presentation, and we are available for any additional questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Are there any commissioner questions at this time? Seeing none, we are going to go ahead and hear from the appellants in this case and her representative. So I'd like to invite Patricia Camacho and Michael Hayden to join us and present. And if you could let us know how much time you'd like for your appeal.
Hi, we would like 20 minutes. And I'd like to just point out that Patricia Camacho has not yet been promoted to a panelist, and she would like to speak first.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and promote her to panelist. Staff, if you could please help us do that.
Cecilia Lamas, for the record, she has been promoted. Thank you.
Great. And let's put 20 minutes on the clock so that Michael and Patricia can present their appeal.
Thank you. Michael will be sharing his screen. Good morning, commissioners. You are making a significant decision today, not only for the current residents of Lincoln Heights, but also for future large-scale developments in Los Angeles in low-income communities of color. These projects must be examined through a lens of equity. This project is an example of systemic inequality. This has been a grassroots effort to have our voices be heard. We are not represented by legal counsel nor lobbyists. We are hardworking citizens here today to share how this massive project will impact our lives. The slide that you see before you is a visual representation of the injustice our community faces with this proposed project. On the left side, you see the very few benefits to our community. And on the right side, you see the negative impacts that we will face. 402 market rate units will cause indirect displacement with increased rents, resulting in a loss of community culture and character. With 4 local schools, this project jeopardizes student safety with increased traffic and a risk of exposure to environmental toxins. Our other concerns are also listed: parking and pedestrian and cyclist safety, the strain on community resources, police and fire and DWP services, with over 1,400 new residents in a confined area. Where is the social and racial equity here? Again, this is systemic inequality. These benefits clearly do not outweigh the negative impacts. This project is not community-driven development. This is economically driven development at the expense of our community's safety, culture, and well-being. And we urge you to make the right decision today and choose people over profits. Thank you. Michael will take the remainder of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. So as we've heard before, this is an image of this neighborhood. And we have in the center of the image, Avenue 34, and above it to the right is the subject property, and above that is the former Welch's property. I'd like to start by saying that the developers have dismissed our environmental concerns, saying that California has the strictest environmental regulations in the world. Those restrictions only mean something if they are followed and enforced. False information in the applicant's Phase 1 report has been used to evade California's required oversight, and the Department of City Planning has demonstrated how easy it is to get away with that. So we are appealing to you for the sake of our health and safety to take a closer look. The adjacent plot was once advertised itself as America's largest industrial laundry. It has a history of dumping toxic pollutants into at least 12 leaking underground storage tanks, some as large as 10,000 gallons. These included TCE, PCE, gasoline, diesel, benzene, chloroform, and more. The Phase 1 only mentions gasoline in the written report. These toxins polluted the groundwater, and the toxic plume has been flowing directly through the applicant's property for as long as 100 years, as demonstrated by groundwater monitoring wells installed 2 blocks away to the southwest that still show elevated levels of toxins. These vapors can remain trapped in the soil, especially if it's capped by concrete, as it is here. They become dangerous when released by excavation, or later as vapors intrude into the building. The area of highest concentrations was at the extreme southwest corner, right where this parking lot will be built. Welch's property has benefited from remediation, but the subject property has not. So it's conceivable that the applicant's property is currently more polluted than Welch's. The applicant repeatedly points to a Phase 1 report from 2019 that gave the property a clean bill of health. This Phase 1 is fatally flawed. It states that the groundwater flows north and that therefore Welch's pollution probably didn't contaminate the subject property. This is demonstrably false. Decades of monitoring prove that the groundwater here flows southwest directly through the applicant's property. An email from DTSC confirms that fact. The Phase 1 only interviewed the previous property owner, Eric Ortiz, as he was trying to sell the property, who made the unbelievable claim that he didn't know of anything that could possibly have caused environmental concern to his property. The phase 1 uses this clearly false information to recommend not testing the soil. We must have a new review that looks honestly at the risks here. The applicant also likes to cite a closure letter from 2016 for Welch's site. That letter was only for some of the cleanup equipment and stipulates that Welch's property can never be used for housing. The case is still active. If the land next door has been deemed too dangerous for humans to live on after years of cleanup, how can we be assured of the safety of the subject property, which has never been cleaned up? One of the Q conditions under city law requires a letter of clearance from DTSC prior to city planning granting any approval. DTSC confirmed that such a letter does not exist. They only learned about this project because I brought it to their attention. City planning is saying today that they will be requiring compliance with that regulation, but this is a ridiculous statement because that compliance was always required, it was just ignored. That approval from DTSC and the new research and testing that will have to precede it is a requirement before any approvals are granted by city planning or this commission. The applicant has clearly tried to avoid testing. The Regional Water Quality Control Board and South Coast Air Quality Management also told me that they had never heard of this project, but cautioned that the history of polluted groundwater in this neighborhood raises the risk of vapors in the soil that could escape during excavation. The Q conditions have legal weight, none of them more or less than the others. By this same logic, this project should undergo review for all the Q conditions. CEQA does not allow one to push impacts into the future, and so the commission should not approve this project until DTSC has investigated and cleared the site, not before. Is it good policy to approve projects that haven't met their requirements? DTSC's evaluation may require design changes, or other failures to meet Q conditions might become the responsibility of building and safety. This is why all the conditions are meant to be satisfied prior to approval. There are also 5 schools within 1,200 feet, and hillside across the streets alone should warrant a closer look before signing any approvals. One element of this project's design that stands out as a clear public danger is the driveway at the corner of Avenue 34 and Artesian. Artesian is a one-way street, only 14 feet wide with a blind curve, no streetlights, no sidewalk at a street level metro rail crossing on a path to 2 nearby elementary schools. It's shared by cars, pedestrians, and bicyclists. Estimates by DOT suggest that 2,200 new trips will be produced daily here. This is why we've advocated for relocating the driveway to the northeast corner at Pasadena Avenue. We understand that the applicant is now on board with this decision, but they and city planning both need to commit to this prior to any approvals from this commission. This is the only concrete change to their plans that they have offered so far after hearing our concerns for 8 months. We appreciate this gesture, but more. Fires, so we've have concerns for the residents of this project. Will be no fire rounds on the driveway. Fire code stipulates that the residential projects of more than 200 residents must have 2 separate roads with turnarounds for each building, and that the minimum width of access to roads must be 26 feet for roads longer than 500 feet. This road will be 900 feet. Our area is served by Fire Station 1, which is one of the most overburdened in the city of Los Angeles. Our station responds to about twice as many incidents per day as some in nearby neighborhoods, and that is for a population that is half as large as some of those neighborhoods. There's also a parking impact that we've repeatedly highlighted. As one of the oldest neighborhoods in LA, Lincoln Heights has many homes and businesses that were not built with driveways. The applicant's M&D proposes 1,400 residents with only 286 residential parking spaces. This could create a shortfall of 1,000 parking spaces. I know the TOC dream, but this is not a reality in our neighborhood yet, especially in a neighborhood with so few walkable services. And if it becomes that kind of neighborhood, it will so only at the cost of our neighborhood's current longtime residents and businesses. These are also trees that the applicant proposes to cut down right at the edge of the property, which we have repeatedly asked for them to save. They will replace them with small trees that don't reach above the first story of their building. Some of these trees are more than 50 feet tall. I want to show you really briefly another project that's right next to the Gold Line, 1 block away from the Gold Line. This is about 7 miles from our neighborhood. And this project is a similar sort of scaled building as one of the 3 buildings on this project. And you can see it's across the street from a ton of stores and shopping centers and restaurants. That makes sense. The residents of that building can get out and walk to those restaurants and stores. This is a map of the walkable services around this building. As you can see, there are only a couple bars and a couple coffee shops and a couple restaurants. The restaurant across the street is only open on weekends. The other restaurants are more than half a mile away. There are no grocery stores within half a mile. There are more food banks than there are grocery stores within a mile. So we anticipate a huge increase in car traffic, whether or not the residents of this building own cars themselves. They'll have delivery services, et cetera. So I'm taking you on a walk now. If you step outside of the building, this is a low-income apartment building directly across the street from the proposed site. It's 2 stories. As you walk north, you come across Hillside Elementary School directly across the street. We're concerned about the pollution hazards, of course, during construction and afterwards. Here's another mixed-use, low-income, light industry and apartment building as you walk north. On the next block, you have a small auto lot. You cross the 110 highway. The 110 wraps around the building. By the way, we have the 99th percentile for air pollution burden in the city, and we're the 3rd most air polluted neighborhood in Los Angeles. And you have to go up to Avenue 40 before you get to the first liquor store. You have to go another 3 blocks until you get to the first restaurant. It's a Jack in the Box. So you can see that's quite far. There's one restaurant here directly across the street. It's small, it's only open on weekends, and it's a great restaurant. Here's the applicant holding a flyer supporting our appeal, the owner of the restaurant. And here you go walking south. You have more single family homes. Some of them have been split into duplexes. You have some more low-income apartments. You have, this building runs a food bank operated by CD1, which we're greatly appreciative for. It's closer than any grocery stores. You have a laundromat. This is about 7 blocks away. And here at Avenue 28, you have your first other store. It's another liquor store. I want to talk about, and so that goes to the point that the residents of this building, if they intend to be living in a walkable neighborhood, which the TOC is designed for, won't have those services at their disposal. The median income level in Lincoln Heights is close to half of what it is in Los Angeles as a whole. That means that and here you can see a map of Los Angeles with median household incomes. You can see that Lincoln Heights, this building is the black shape here. Lincoln Heights is the area around it, has some of the lowest incomes in the city. It also has some of the lowest rents in the city. However, it also is the most rent overburdened in the city. All that goes to show you that although the rents here are low, income is low, poverty is high, and people are struggling to pay the already low rents. We anticipate that the increase in rent of this building in this neighborhood could drive rents up further. The applicant has often stated that their building will act as a relief on the rental market, but we don't think this is true. These new apartments will overwhelmingly serve a market that currently does not exist in our neighborhood. The people of Lincoln will not be able to rent in this building. People hoping to buy a home won't rent in this building. Therefore, it's unrealistic to believe that this new construction will relieve the existing pressures we already feel here. This project will be more likely to drive surrounding rents up and home prices also up. I don't have time to break down the very low income apartment lottery, which is a citywide program and won't necessarily serve the residents of our neighborhood, but we realize that the income levels required for that are higher than what the median income level is in our neighborhood. The same thing goes for this term workforce housing. A quick Wikipedia search will reveal that this term currently in vogue among developers has no fixed meaning and relates to no enforceable policy in Los Angeles. The applicant's interpretation is housing that is affordable to people making 150% of median income. When you have a neighborhood that's already making close to 50% of median income, this is not going to serve our neighborhood. And it's not going to serve the workforce in this neighborhood, which the term implies. I want to end by comparing 2 opposing voices on the issue of gentrification. The applicant's lobbyist, Andrew-Brady, has written an opinion for the commission that indirect displacement as a phenomenon does not exist. He writes, though the concept of indirect displacement has an intuitive logical appeal, many years of research on the topic provides no data to support the conclusion that there is any widespread occurrence of indirect displacement in the United States. These words feel highly offensive and are an attempt to discredit people's fears of losing their homes and businesses. All you have to do is walk a few miles north to Highland Park to see how in the past decade, local businesses have been replaced by yoga studios and high-priced restaurants as wealthier residents move in, demanding walkable services catering to their income level. Homes are quick to follow. This is a familiar pattern that we can recognize across the city. I'd like to end by contrasting that denial of displacement with the writing of Fernanda Sanchez, a young woman who grew up in and lives in Lincoln Heights, and has written her thesis about this phenomenon from a point of direct observation. She is here today, and she will share her thoughts during public comment. She writes, "It remains vitally important to recognize the detrimental effects gentrification has on a community. These effects are as follows: displacement, segregation, homelessness, and ethnic erasure. Displacement can come about through eviction, unaffordable rent spikes, and local businesses replaced by high-priced goods and services. When a community in Northeast LA is being gentrified, values start to increase as the economic stew starts to simmer. This leads to mass displacements as property and land suddenly become a hot buy. As seen in Highland Park, those who are being displaced oftentimes do not have anywhere to immediately seek refuge. Hardworking families who have been living in a stable home suddenly face a violent and immediate form of homelessness without any sort of transitional aid. The communities that are still affordable in Los Angeles will then become highly populated simply because there is nowhere else to go, a shapeless form of segregation in the image of a ghetto without fences." I'd like to thank the Commission for listening to our concerns. I know the community has more to share. And we repeat our plea to you to please listen to all the community's concerns on the affordability issues, our concerns with the design of this building from both aesthetic, practical, and safety issues, and also the question of the environmental impact, which we can demonstrate very clearly with more evidence than I've had time to show today, has been inadequate and evasive, and has deliberately circumvented the city's laws and state oversight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. At this time, we are going to hear from the applicant's representative, Andrew Brady. Andrew, please state your name for the record and then proceed with your presentation. You will also have 20 minutes. You will hear a message that states you are unmuted or a message that states to unmute yourself, and then you can please go ahead.
Is Jerry Neuman on? I think he was going to start the presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioners, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Jerry.
Thank you. I'm hoping Andrew can share his screen so that we can move through our presentation. First and foremost, I want to thank Commission President Millman and members of the Commission for the time and look you were doing into this project and working through understanding exactly where we're at. It's important in our first slide to show you the project. And part of the reason we have this picture of the project is because it's important to recognize the development team that is behind it. I will say that many of you know me. I have been working in this field for over 30 years. And in that time, I've rarely met more conscientious, more socially conscious developers than Jay Stark, Rob DeForest, and Kevin Ratner. Their engagement in community and their commitment to social justice causes is not just a moniker for them today, but has been a lifetime that you have seen with them. And I say that because I want to come to a slide in just a moment to talk about why they have acquired this property. I also want you to know my background, for those of you who don't. As a person who for the last 20 years has sat on Affordable Housing Board and is president of that board that builds affordable housing throughout this city and this region, my commitment to affordable housing and to communities is well understood, I believe. My sitting on the United Way board and my participate for the last 7 years and my participation for those years in the Community Impact Cabinet, which goes directly to address these issues and ensure that equity is spread throughout our communities and that projects are not done which do not have a purpose of delivering equity, has been our charge through that cabinet throughout the time that I have worked on it, with many great people who have sat on that committee as well. I say this because, as you see, this project sits about 5-minute walk from the Gold Line station and is part of a community that is truly, or part of an area that is truly dedicated to a variety and mix of uses and a mix of incomes as it grows and develops into the future. A former industrial area that is now lies dormant, which has nobody living within this site, and therefore ripe for development, has been recognized. I'd like to go to the next slide. On the next slide, what you'll see are two projects, one on your left and one on your right. In 2016, the project on your left was approved. It is a large 3-building project with all which are 5 stories, 370 units of residential, 40,000 square feet of retail office, and only 31 affordable units. It's important to recognize that that entitlement exists today. That project can be built today. This is the starting point. The developers bought the site in order to recognize, to realize a vision and build on this site. It is also important to recognize that the community plan and the general plan support development at higher levels than what is proposed. But this existing plan can be built today. These developers who have a social conscience came in and said, you know what, we can build this today and we can move forward with this project, but we think we can do better. We think we can make a difference and create a project that actually offers greater benefits to a community and answers the need of the community in a greater way. What they did was take the 40,000 square feet of office retail, which they felt the office would never be rented, and they said, perhaps we can use that to build more housing. The city had just passed TOC, and recognizing that within a 5-minute walk of a metro station, the utilization of a TOC ordinance to develop much needed housing, and especially affordable housing, would be the right thing to do. So they took that 30,000 square feet, and they said, how many additional units could they build? They could build approximately 90 additional units with that 40,000 of converting that 30,000 square feet of retail, or office, I should say, 30,000 feet of office, into housing units. But what they said was, we shouldn't just build that as market, and we shouldn't take the minimum amount of that to be for affordable just so we can get the total amount of density or that we're asking for. We'll take a full third of those units, 35 of the 90 units, and we'll put those into very low income housing. Taking this project from 5% affordable to 14% affordable overall. But again, the additional units of just under 90 units, 35 of them, over a third of them, are being dedicated as affordable for very low income housing. That is a cornerstone of developing a mixed income project. It is also important to note, that the CASP, which surrounds this property, would allow development of the site as we talked to, because I want to address Commissioner Leong's point where she left off in our last hearing, which is, should we be building things that create precedent for a community at this scale? The answer to that question is, that decision was already made. The CASP was passed that upgraded adjacent properties to 4-to-1 FAR. This project is at a 2.5-to-1 FAR. A project was approved and entitled on the site without one complaint that is larger in scale, larger in height, has more uses, more impactful uses, more traffic generating uses than this proposed project. So as we move to our project, I want to walk you through quickly what the uses are and what we're doing. We're moving to 468 residential apartment units in 3 buildings. That will be developed in 2 phases. It's important to note, we're developing the 4-story, the lower story buildings first, and the 5-story, the building and back, would be developed last. As part of that phasing, we have worked with city planning to ensure that all 66 units of low-income housing will be developed on this site and therefore have been put in the first phase. The discussions with city planning and with HCID was to ensure that we could meet all the guidelines of assurance of disbursement, size, quality, all of the elements that are required by HCID in making that move, and also assuring that all of those units get built. This developer and commitment to its goal of ensuring a true mixed income project has made these 66 units available irrespective of whether they build that last building or not. That is an important element to note and a true indication of what their intent is. As I said, we have 2.5 to 1 in an area that is zoned effectively for 4 to 1. We have 311 parking spaces. The important note of the parking spaces is that all of those parking have been placed underground. Many projects come forward and they try to mess around with parking and put it above grade or where it can be seen. And this commission always says, we'd love to see development that puts parking underground and away from community views to create a more livable, walkable community. Without question, without any discussion, this developer did that and brought a project forward that put all the parking underground to ensure broad open space in the area. We also increased the amount of bike parking to 281 bicycle parking. We believe that the proximity to transit, the livability and walkability of this area, and the accessibility of bike paths was important and will be utilized. We also believe that that open space needs to be retained, and moving the open space to the front to Pasadena Avenue to ensure broad utilization of public open space and accessibility to that space was important. We can move on. Demonstrated by this, as you see in the light shaded area, this is a picture of our project with some landscaping ideas on it. You'll see that the lighter part is against Pasadena Avenue, and those are all public open space areas, not built areas. They could have kiosks on them, and we'll get to that in a moment. It provides public seating. We're planting a total of 219 trees, and with all due respect to Mr. Hayden, we are trying to save all the trees we can. We may need to move them on the site, and we are making efforts that we will try to save the trees that exist. But we are having a total of 219 trees. Beyond the public space, the buildings exist, and you will see they are 4 stories towards Avenue 34, and in the center of the project, and towards the back of the project of the other industrial uses, and going towards how the freeway and the metro line would intersect. You see the 5-story building. There are currently, in its initial iteration of this project, it is important to note that the discussion about traffic and the lack of accessibility onto Pasadena Avenue was not by developer choice. The queue conditions of this plan for this area specifically say that you cannot have penetrations onto Pasadena Avenue. We have been working with city planning, and we have been working on a way that we could maybe interpret, amend, and city planning, I think, will address this, the queue condition to allow that drive aisle to be used so that we can have access it on both Avenue 34 and on Pasadena Avenue. We believe that, to accommodate and to work with the neighbors and hear their concerns, that adding that access right in, right out on Pasadena Avenue is the right thing to do, and we hope the commission will recognize that as I get into our future discussion. Next. Quickly, I want to walk through a couple of things. We are said that we didn't hear the issues. You've heard from the appellant that we did not hear the issues that the community had about safety and otherwise. I want to start talking about some differences between the existing project that could be built today and what we're proposing. It includes the addition of vehicular and pedestrian safety mechanisms that would not be built if the existing project were to go forward. Signage around pedestrian vehicular signage along Avenue 34, flashing lights on Artesian to avoid incidences with trains, safety signage that go along 34 and Avenue 34 on wayfinding to ensure that people have that walkability and ensure that they understand what's going on. Next slide. We have a pedestrian safety zones. You'll see that we have the specific safety package, again, which would not be done under the existing project, along Avenue 34 to ensure striped crosswalks, pedestrian lighted crosswalks, and a and adherence in all of the sidewalk improvements adjacent to the site to the city's Vision Zero policy to ensure that we do not have any impact or between vehicular traffic, train traffic, and pedestrians. Next slide. Affordable housing, we've said this, 66 units, moving from 31 units to 66 units when we're only adding 90 units to the existing project, all at which will be at below 50% AMI. Sustainability. This project adds safety measures and sustainability measures that this commission has desired to an existing project. It adds the a Greenpoint rated system. It exceeds Title 24 standards by 12%. It produces less excavation than the previous plan and more natural planting. Our adherence to native and drought tolerant planting is important. We maintain the public open space, moving it to the front so it's more accessible, creating Vision Zero sidewalks that aren't in the other plan. The solar thermal roof, Title 24 consistency, we've added additional solar efficiency to this building than what would otherwise be done, much as the same way in thermal efficiency and especially in EV parking. And we are LHT compliant. These are all elements that are enhancements to an existing project that we think make this better for the community. Next slide. A lot's been made of community outreach, and this is an area that I want to be very sensitive in walking through. There is no way we want to dismiss any of the concerns brought up by people in the community who have legitimate rights to be concerned about any project built within their community. It is important to recognize that this developer, and we didn't get a chance to say this in the last hearing and respond, has done robust community outreach. We were doing a lot of community outreach at the beginning of this after we filed the application and engaging with the neighborhood council, engaging outside of the neighborhood council with trying to meet with community members, holding a community forum. This is all before the last meeting that we had with you on September 13th. I think it was September 13th. And we never had anyone show up. On our broad Zoom meetings where we went out broadly, we only had 4 participants. We thought that because the previous project had no comment, that this project with enhancement, having so limited comment, made some sense to us. We were as shocked as you at the number of people that came through the last hearing. We were shocked because, not because we didn't do the outreach, not because we didn't know they were there, but because in many instances they were hidden. But we took your admonition and we went out after that and we said, let's double down. Let's go do more community outreach. Let's really infiltrate the community in ways that perhaps we hadn't or only thought we had. So we started holding more meetings. There was a note in one community discussion that we didn't reach out to the schools. That was absolutely true. We had not done enough outreach to the schools. So we've reached out to every school in the area. We held multiple meetings. You can see all of the organizations that we did. We had people on staff on site talking to people as they came by. We had people moving out into the community. We sent thousands of flyers out for a variety of community meetings. We held 4 post our last commission hearing. We held 3 community Zoom meetings. We had participation by those meetings of 24 in one and 19 and 18 in the other 2. We had many team members. We had every team member available for these community discussions to hear the input and get and understand what we want to know. And to understand and hear, not just listen, but hear what was being done and be able to respond to it. And we have responded to it with, I'll get to them, programs, information, and changes. Moving on to the next slide. I want to do this briefly, and I do want to do this carefully. What we found in our outreach was there was a lot of community, through the community opposition, a desire that the comments and concerns of the community not be addressed to us, but to you, the commission. A rebuke of the idea that we were holding a quote community meeting because we were the developers, even though our project name and our website were at the bottom. this is what we were seeing out there. Efforts to suppress involvement with us and increase involvement to you. Efforts to utilize hate speech and bad commentary to appeal to the base instincts and fear of people. It is not the legitimate concerns of the people that I'm talking to, but it is the efforts of others that have reduced our ability to be as effective in outreach as you have asked us to. Although I do believe at the end of the day, we got to the root of all the issues. I want to move on from this because I think it is important to get to what the issues are. This is just a couple of more things where people were, I'm sorry, you know, what some of the stuff's out there. And again, I don't want to dwell on it because I do think it was just the noise that exists on the outside. And I do want to respond or ask that as you hear from the community, people that have been convinced by these tactics and have questions about us, I'd love the opportunity afterwards to be completely transparent and respond to those. So hopefully, Commission President Millman, you'll give us that opportunity so people understand what truth is and where we stand on things.
2 minutes remaining.
Avenue, let's move on. Andrew, next one. So what were the issues? Traffic, including Avenue 34 and Artesian. Insufficient parking, causing residents and guests to take up street parking. The size and scale of the project and neighborhood compatibility. I've already addressed that one, I think, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. The hazardous materials issue, I will get to. The community serving uses and indirect displacement.
Jerry, pause the time. With 2 minutes left, I think what we're really interested in seeing is the changes that you've made to address these concerns.
That's the next slide. There you go. So, traffic. I've talked to you about the idea that the right in, right out on Pasadena Avenue, this is subject to your approval, LAFD, and planning staff's determination relative to the queue condition. The insufficient parking. One of the great things that came out of our community discussion was volunteers of folks from the community to work with us on a preferential parking district. We have agreed to include in our leases that people from our project will not be eligible to participate in that preferential parking. And in fact, we've asked that if we could be carved out of the preferential parking district, so they're not even eligible, that would even be better. I've addressed size and scale. Hazardous materials, you know, the adjacent site, we're not touching groundwater, first of all, and we have very stringent obligations that we have to comply with testing as we move through the construction process of digging out for that underground parking, and have to continue to test, meet with DTSC, ensure that nothing's going on. And at the end of the day, we are building effectively a concrete barrier across the whole site because we are building that parking garage. So that is important. And to recognize that DTSC will be working with them. And one of the conditions we've offered up is to ask for more robust discussions with DTSC. Community serving uses. We have volunteered a condition that promotes incentive programs to local vendors and local businesses, and a free to low rent program for kiosks for the sale of local community and local businesses for the sale of their wares within the area. If I could have 1 more minute just to talk to the indirect.
As much as I'd love to hear this, I have to give fair time to both in order to ensure due process here. So I am going to have to end the time. One of our roles as a planning commission is to ensure a fair and due process, and I am going to do that here.
So we've offered up a condition on that, just that I would ask you to read.
Okay, thank you. That is your time. Okay. At this time, we are going to open up the public testimony for this item. And I know that we have a lot of people from the public who would like to speak. Given the volume of correspondence we received, I anticipate from hearing from a lot of you today. It's really important that we keep comments to 1 minute per person, not only to ensure due process and a fair process, but to make sure that we have time to hear everybody today. We will be listening intently to your comments, and we do look forward to hearing from you. Each speaker who has called in should press *9 now if they wish to speak. You will have 1 minute to speak. Marcos will call out the last 4 digits of your phone number when it is your turn to speak. Please first state your name clearly and then proceed with your comment. You will hear a message that states you are unmuted. If you have trouble unmuting, which it sounds like today people are having trouble, once you hear you are unmuted, please press *6. Cora, can you please translate?
Abriremos el testimonio público de este tema. Cada orador que haya presionado *9, mano levantada, tendrá 1 minuto para hablar. Por favor, durante su comentario, haga una pausa después de cada 2 oraciones para permitir que la intérprete pueda traducir su mensaje. Marcos Godoy, personal de la comisión, llamará los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono si está disponible cuando sea su turno de hablar. Primero, diga su nombre claramente y luego continúe con su comentario. Escuchará un mensaje que dice, no está silenciado. Si tiene problemas para dejar de silenciar, presione *6.
Thank you, Cora. For public, if you're accessing online via Zoom today, please click the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. Marcos Godoy, commission staff, will call out your name when it is your turn to speak. You will see a prompt that pops up on your screen that says the host would like you to unmute. At that time, please click unmute, state your name for the record, and begin your comment. Cora, can you please translate?
Si accede a la reunión en línea a través de Zoom, haga clic en el botón.
Cecilia Lamas for the record. Cora, I hate to interrupt you, but we cannot hear you. Can you please start over for the record? Thank you.
Cora McNaughton for the record. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Si accede a la reunión en línea a través de Zoom, haga clic en el botón levantar la mano en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Marcos Godoy, personal de la comisión, lo llamará por su nombre si está disponible cuando sea su turno de hablar. Verá un mensaje que dice, el anfitrión desea que active el sonido. Haga clic en activar sonido.
Thank you, Cora. I also want to reiterate to the public that if there are members of the public who do need translation purposes, we will provide an extra minute so that staff can fully translate your comment. Cora, could you translate that? Just the fact that we'll be giving an extra minute to anyone who needs translation services. Cora, we can't hear you.
Hear me now?
You're muffled.
Hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Okay. Cora McNaughton for the record. Si necesita servicio de traducción para dejar su comentario, usted tendrá 2 minutos para hablar hoy día.
Thank you, Cora. Okay, Marcos, can we please begin calling speakers?
Yes. Caller Stearns, you're unmuted.
Thank you. This is Stacey Dawson Stearns. Thank you, Mr. Neuman, for bringing up that it's important to recognize the development team behind this project. When I called into one of these community meetings organized by Pinyon that was not identified as such, but just an Avenue 34 meeting, and we all know what that is. That is a hiding of an identity. That's not very transparent. But anyway, when I asked Mr. DeForest who Pinyon purchased the property from, he said, I don't know. I can't remember. Well, that's interesting because it was Eric Ortiz. And it's hard to imagine that Mr. DeForest does not know Eric Ortiz since he inherited the vice presidency of the Lincoln Heights Industrial Zone bid from Mr. Ortiz. Now, the public wouldn't know that because the bid website still shows Mr. Ortiz as the vice president, not Mr. DeForest. And a lot of public doesn't understand that a business improvement district is actually just a way for commercial property owners to exert an unbelievable amount of control over an environment. In a low-income neighborhood, people are only stakeholders, considered to be stakeholders if they own property.
Your time. Thank you.
Andrea, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Andrea. I'm a retired planner from the city of LA, and before I retired, was assigned to the Northeast LA area in which this project is located. I researched and prepared similar cases. Planning failed to make sure the queue conditions were met. They failed to call for a hearing as the site plan review provides for, given the gravity of this project is adjacent to a site unknown as to its toxicity. In fact, Councilman Cedillo and planning has all but admitted that the conditions have authority, but for the sake of expediency, wants it punted to building and safety as a summary condition clearance for planning's failures. This forfeits Planning Commission's authority to an agency ill-equipped to decide and design aesthetics, which is part of the Q conditions and the jurisdictions of planning. And also this denies transparency to the community's well-being. This Planning Commission should act to ensure its safety now, not hidden within the bureaucracy of plan check. Therefore, addendum is required to the M&D per section 15164 of CEQA guidelines that the community will find out.
Thank you. That is your time.
Caller Adams, you're unmuted.
Yes, I just want to voice my complete opposition to this, and I want to say don't let Pinyon Group, the gentleman from Pinyon Group, lure you into this false sense of a notion that he's an environmentalist, he's about a community growth program. It's completely false. This is a for-profit organization. He's going to slap a Prop 65 sticker on it, and it's going to be okay by the state of California to poison tons of residents. So that's all I have to say. I just hope you act with community.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Caller Arthur, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'm Arthur, a proud African-American, LA native, and local to this area. My mom used to always say, the past is the greatest indicator of the future. And if our past in Angelenos is any indicator of our future, then we can be almost completely sure that creating a 468-unit luxury apartment complex will be a net negative to any working class community where almost 24% of residents live at or near the poverty line, as it always has in the past. And as a professional designer myself, it would be remiss for me not to point out that it is obvious to me and my peers that minimal consideration and effort was put into keeping visual cohesiveness between this structure and the historic architecture of the surrounding buildings in this neighborhood, which is one of the very oldest in my beautiful city. So if built, this will no doubt, to the proud multi-generational residents, visually serve as an everyday constant reminder, a physical visual monument to the fundamental disconnect between the desires of developers and investors, juxtaposed violently against the essential material needs of the struggling local families.
Thank you.
Caller 8132, you're unmuted.
Good morning. My name is Alexis Garcia, and my family have lived in the area for a very long time and have owned our home for a very long time. I strongly oppose the Pinyon Group's proposed development. The amount of low-income housing units in the building is unbelievably low, and this building would only serve to aid in the displacement of the community, of people in the community. The city and city council continuously neglect and sell out our communities to building developers that seek to displace and attract higher income residents. I have not been influenced by outsiders, as was suggested earlier by the Pinyon Group, but have been influenced by the rampant gentrification and displacement and inequality that takes place in Northeast Los Angeles. I myself am not an outsider, but a resident of this community, and take offense at the notion that the grassroots movement is a group of outsiders rather than longtime residents. I strongly oppose the Pinyon Group development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Fernanda, you're unmuted.
Hi, just a quick side note. I'd like to know how many participants are on this call. That being said, I have lived in Lincoln Heights since 1998, and I am strongly opposed to Pinyon's 34 Avenue project. For the developers to say that displacement isn't real and the victim blaming we just saw in that presentation is manipulative and a toxic way to address our vulnerable community's valid concerns. This also reveals that they know nothing about Northeast LA recent histories. They clearly haven't done their research. They have advertised their 66 low-income units. Let it be clear that the average household size for Lincoln Heights is 3 people with a median income of $39K. However, to qualify for Pinyon's low-income units, a family of 3 must have an income of $50K. It's evidently clear that this project does not cater to our. This project will definitely trigger the effects of gentrification. It will displace the long-standing community members who have lived here for decades. Their stable homes earned through humble work will be stripped right away. Thank you.
That is your time. Thank you.
Caller Hector, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Hector Pacheco. I'm a longtime resident of Lincoln Heights for 19 years, as well as I'm a business owner. I'm in full support of West Avenue 34 project. It brings, it uplifts the community. It brings needed housing for our community, and I'm strong support of this project and hope that this project is approved by commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 9784, you're unmuted. Caller 9784, you have unmuted yourself. You can speak.
Caller 9784, is it possible that you muted your phone on your end?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We absolutely can. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Jose. I live near the proposed project. I support this project because growing up in the area, I've noticed the empty lots and warehouses that have sat unproductively for years. I believe that the best way for these, the best use for these is to create more housing for a city that needs it. I think this project is a better design than what is currently entitled there. The new design adds more housing, more open space, and more affordable housing than which is what the city needs. So this proposal is a big improvement over the project that the city already approved. I don't understand why anyone wouldn't want more affordable units in a project that is similar and less impactful than what's approved currently. So thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Melanie, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you. My name is Melanie Belomo. I'm a resident homeowner of Lincoln Heights for the last 6 years. I again planned on giving a statement, but now I feel like I really need to address a representative that was defending the developer today. Thanks for giving 2 minutes to our community issues and the rest of your time to just defending them and what good people they are. I know that you've spent your life dedicated to low-income housing, which we all know is a racist system. So you've just been defending racist systems your entire career. I'm not sure why we're supposed to be impressed with that. I just want to quickly state, we know that these complex, it's not for our residents. It's not for the people who live here. We know it's going to bring in other people, cause displacement, cause more unhoused residents. I really urge the commission to listen to the people of Lincoln Heights and what is best for them. Let's not destroy this culture in this community, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Alex, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Alex Campbell. I'm a project manager for CEQA, for the Office of Environmental Health and Safety for the Los Angeles School District. We would just like to ensure that pedestrian safety and transportation issues are taken into account when this project is under construction, and obviously when it is done, because of the Hillside Elementary School that is directly adjacent across the street from said project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Amanda, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Amanda Rossho. I'm a resident of Lincoln Heights, and I strongly oppose this project, which will gut a historical community and disenfranchise and endanger its residents. This is nothing more than a violent act of gentrification, racism, and oppression, pandemics that have long persisted before COVID-19. These developers have demonstrated bad faith and lack of interest in the welfare of our community and proven that they literally cannot be trusted. I want to directly call out their dirty tactics, which have been shameful, and a display of manipulation, deception, and unethical actions, including evasive communication, paying shills to prevent false testimony during hearings, disinformation campaigns, and directly harassing and intimidating our community leaders who are working the hardest to protect our neighborhood. These are coercive tactics and alone should disqualify the continuation of this predatory development and also put all of their false claims of community-minded action into question. The community will not stand for bullying, intimidation, and deception. We want to speak truth to power and ask that the members of the commission call upon their moral courage and deny approval of this development.
That's your time. Thank you.
Caller Arturo, you're unmuted.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Arturo Gonzalez, and I am an outreach consultant who was hired to do outreach for this project. I have submitted an email on this, but I also wanted to directly address the commission because I have never in my long career been subject to the kind of lies and abuse I was subjected by some of the people speaking against the project. The opponents who are organizing people and spreading lies about this project in the community have posted numerous personal and untrue attacks against me on social media. These lies also include saying I stated to the community members that the project will get rid of homeless people. That is a vicious lie that runs against everything that I believe in and decades of work I did in public service. But they truly crossed the line by posting on social media a photo of my home with my home address, the home where I live with my teenage daughter. At the same time, my home address was posted on social media. I received a private threatening message from one of the leaders of the opposition.
That is your time.
Please
Sorry.
join me in condoning.
Caller Bianca, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bianca Munoz, and I live in Los Angeles. More people are living in LA, no matter what. We all know this. I support this project because it's providing more housing, and that's a good thing. Housing will bring in more people, and this should support businesses as well. As a young college student, I still live with my parents, and I'm trying to move out as soon as possible. All of LA is expensive. We need more housing, and people who oppose housing should not have the last word on where to build and where not to build. People are going to move here, no matter what. We need more housing in Lincoln Heights. Lincoln Heights is unique. The people, culture, and the history will not leave, no matter what. I support this project and ask that you support this project too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Agustin, you're unmuted. Agustin, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Agustin Garcia Badillo. My gender pronouns are he, him, his. I'm here because I want to oppose these luxury apartments. These luxury apartments are not equitable. They are not environmentally safe. And moreover, they're more about profit than for the people. Lastly, again, we do not need someone coming into our community, displacing us and leaving us without anything. I hope today that the commissioners do take a stand for the community and represent us correctly. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Caller Presley, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Presley Hand, and I'm a Los Angeles resident. I support this project because our community needs more affordable housing. This project provides 66 units of affordable housing for very low income people that we didn't have before. We as a community believe we cannot afford to give into false news that will stop housing projects that will benefit us. And we need jobs and we need new affordable housing, and this project will provide both, I believe. This project is a great example of responsible new development in exactly the right spot where no one is being displayed. I ask you to vote yes on this project because there's potential. There is no brainer in my mind. You should deny these appeals and allow this project to move forward. I ask you to vote yes on the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Ricardo, you're unmuted.
This is Ricardo Mireles. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I believe other folks have voiced that we need more units. I work with a school that has operated around this area for several years, both on Pasadena Avenue and on Griffin Avenue. And the families that we serve definitely need more units. And I want to bring to the attention that being able to bring a big block of affordable units goes a long ways to helping families like the ones that we serve at our school, as opposed to just hoping that they're able to get into onesie, twosie units or apartments out there. So it's about supply. Our families need it. When other projects have come online a long time ago, we've been able to succeed to get our families in, but it's been a long time, and other projects that have not been able to move forward mean the demand is even greater now. So I'm hopeful that this project can go forward so that we can have more families
Thank
get
you.
housing.
Caller Ryan, you're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Ryan. I am a homeowner who lives a few blocks south of this site. I have a long history in Lincoln Heights. My mother graduated from Lincoln High. My parents were married at Sacred Heart, and I was born not far from Lincoln Park. And I have worked in the affordable housing industry for over 20 years. Want to express my support for this project. I think it's a great fit for this particular location. I actually called in because I did have some concerns about parking, especially with what we've experienced over at the other Gold Line station on Avenue 26, where the parking there has flooded the streets. But I was listening to Jerry Newman's proposals for
That is your time. Thank you.
Caller Richard, you're unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Richard Larsen. I'm the chair of the Lincoln Heights Neighborhood Council's Planning and Land Use Committee. We are being colonized by development. They are here for our resources. This property could be a resource, but this proposal does not create one. When you occupy a place for its resources, you displace the overlooked population. Those are the rules of any colonization, and right now we are being colonized. I believe many spoke on these points already. Now, after several news articles regarding unethical lobbying and FBI-related investigations, City Council President Nuri Martinez presented several motions to determine if city planning is acting on behalf of our communities. Do they listen, or are they functioning with a bias? When these questions are answered, let's hope Senator Maria Elena Durazo will step forward with some response as to why she voted. I believe I have some extra time.
You have extra time if you have a community impact statement or resolution to present. Otherwise, you do not.
I represent 33,000 people. You don't think that's worthy of another minute?
Sir, if you have voted on a community impact statement or you have a voted on resolution, then we provide a 3-minute period for the neighborhood council.
I voted on many community impact statements as a member of the Lincoln Heights Council. This project is coming before our council very shortly because we don't feel that the proponent has addressed the.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to have you speak with our commission staff and let them determine if you should have the extra time or not.
That's
and
unfair.
you provide that time at the end of the public hearing or at the end of public comment. So
this is why the city council is putting motions aboard, because
we will have staff address whether under the commission rules you have the ability to give a 3-minute community impact statement on behalf of your neighborhood council. And if you are, we will gladly give you 3 minutes at the end of this community comment to provide that comment. Thank you.
Cecilia Lamas for the record. Mr. Larsen, if you'd like to email me at cpc@lacity.org, I can address any questions you have and assist you with your requests.
Thank you for facilitating, Cecilia. Of course, we want to provide every opportunity for a neighborhood council who has voted on a community impact statement to present it to our commission as a member of the city family. There are very clear rules that the commission has in place for that, and we will absolutely honor them if it is clear that that is what happened and it is appropriate under these commission rules. Thank you.
Caller Miggs, you're unmuted.
Hi there. I just wanted to say that my name is Mix Perez. I wanted to say that I am in opposition of this. The people who are for it seem to be saying that there is a desire for more housing, but I do not believe that this is the way to address that need. They want to house people who live there, but this is just going to draw in people who are completely outside of the demographic that lives and works in the area. It's just going to displace the community instead of serving it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Caller Sasha, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Sasha Pletnikova. I'm an architect, and one of the first considerations that we learn in school, one of the primary things we have a responsibility to understand and respond to as a project site, its context. I'm here today in my capacity as an architect, as a colleague, to hold Pinyon Group and KFA architecture to account in its flippant disregard for the beautiful, lively, tight-knit, low-income community of Lincoln Heights. As a fellow architect, I'm appalled at the massive socioeconomic and demographic gap between the wealthy residents that this development is for and the low-income Latino community in which it's being proposed. The project flies in the face of every ethical standard that we should be held to. The scale of displacement will be devastating, and I'm shocked that the architects and the commissioners let this project get this far. It's long overdue that you, commissioners, promote an approach to development that is led by the communities that live in the neighborhoods that you purport to serve. At the very least, it's your moral obligation to scrap this development and meet the community to specifically address the future.
Caller Frida, you're unmuted.
Hi, Jerry Neuman is the lawyer representing the developer, the Crossroads projects in Hollywood that displaces 80 households from RSO apartments to build 3 luxury towers there. The College Station project that he said is overburdened the Chinatown community with affordable housing covenants. This is not about housing our community. He is an eviction and social cleansing profiteer. It's ridiculous to talk about housing the community because this is about the gentrification. And when we talk about like trees or 5 to 15% affordable housing, we need 100% affordable housing right now. Profiting on speculation of land that doesn't belong to them, they've never lived on or used. We do live here. We do use our land. That other caller who said these are our resources. We want to be able to use our resources. The disconnect here is that the work that the community has done over the last 30 years.
Thank you. Again, I'm struggling here. We still have 72 members of the public who wish to speak, and I will give every member of the community who wants to speak their time to speak. But I ask that you please adhere to the 1-minute limit on your comments so that we can be fair and give everyone the same amount of time, unless you are a neighborhood council with a certified community impact statement, or you are the council office can weigh in. Other than that, every member of the public gets a minute, and I beg you to please adhere to that minute. If you're over, I'll let you complete your sentence, but after that, I will be muting you. Thank you.
Caller Aaron, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
I'm Erin Treffrey, Lincoln Heights Community Coalition and 13-year Lincoln Heights resident living on Avenue 34. I'm calling in complete solidarity with my neighbors, my community, and with every business owner within a 1-mile radius of this project who vehemently oppose this development despite the potential of their own financial gain. I'm calling in against Pinyon, who will displace us despite what they'll have you believe. I'm calling for proper soil testing to prevent children, teachers, and employees of local schools from getting sick or worse. I'm calling to speak on behalf of my neighbor who cares for a 92-year-old convalescent patient, and for my neighbors who have compromised immunities, who are on dialysis, and who suffer from chronic bronchitis. I'm calling so that you don't displace my neighbor, Walter. I'm calling for Cesar Salazar, the longest standing resident and employee of Avenue 34. I just ask that you please proceed with consciousness and grace.
Thank you.
And humanity.
Thank you.
Caller Oscar, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead, Oscar.
Hi, my name is Oscar, and I live in Lincoln Heights with my wife and kids. My wife and I were lucky to move into our family's home, which has been in my family for over 40 years. But I know so many other people in similar situations who are young and have jobs, but still cannot afford homes in this area. For that reason, I support this project because I think we need more housing in this community. While I understand the community concerns raised in opposition to the project, I think it's wrong to assume that having new people move into the community will lead to negative changes. Lincoln Heights lacks a lot of resources that will provide a benefit to current residents, like healthy food options or other options for large grocery stores besides the Smart and Final. If allowing more people into the community will lead to greater demand for these types of resources, then I think this could provide a benefit to current residents of Lincoln Heights who do not already have ready access to this within the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Elvis, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Elvis Ventura, and I live a few blocks away from this proposed project. And I've never been approached by the Pinyon group, despite my locality. Learning that only 66 units will be allocated to low-income applicants is appalling. That is less than 15%, and the minimum being $55,000 a year is really hard for the families within the neighborhood to achieve. The median income is well below that. The cleanup status of this site, according to the DTSC, is still active. There being no wells on the site of the building doesn't allow for safe construction to proceed. I hope that this committee votes against the project.
Thank you.
Caller Anna, you're unmuted. Anna, please unmute yourself. We'll move on. Caller HM, you're unmuted.
Please unmute your microphone on your end.
Hey there. Okay, I'm calling in to oppose the Avenue 34 project. I'm representing HM 157. We're an artist collective based in a historical home on North Broadway. We've been here for the last 12 years. We are currently running the Lincoln Heights Community Fridge, which is providing food to the many low-income and houseless people in this neighborhood. To give you an idea of the amount of need in this neighborhood, as well as the generosity of its residents, over 100 pounds of food pass through our outdoor fridge and pantry every day. Not only can these people not afford a luxury apartment, most cannot afford what you call very low-income units. Should this project proceed, rents will be raised throughout the neighborhood, displacing existing residents, leading to the gentrification and the pushing out of our large homeless community. Lincoln Heights is one of the last remaining affordable communities in LA, and we do not want to see happen to it what has happened to communities like Echo Park and Highland Park. A tangible example of this kind of gentrification is represented by the shutting down of the Highland Park Community Fridge. Despite the tremendous amount of good this fridge was doing, high-income residents complained until the cops shut.
Thank you.
Caller Lucius, you're unmuted.
Hey, I'm calling on behalf of my wife Misha and I. We are residents and homeowners in Lincoln Heights. I just want to oppose this project. I think it's a bit overbuilt for the size of the lot. I think it's a bit tasteless. It's not for our neighborhood or community. Nothing has also been mentioned about how large the affordable units will be. Lincoln Heights is full of families. My wife and I intend on raising our family and creating a family in Lincoln Heights. And I just believe that it is the wrong project for the wrong area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 0006, you're unmuted.
Please unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Steve Rice. I'm with the Historic Cultural Neighborhood North Council. I do not speak on behalf of the council, but I'm appalled and quite concerned about the corruption surrounding the environmental impact report. And I would ask that the commission request a new environmental impact report current to date for what's currently happening to that property. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller Connie, you're unmuted.
Welcome back, Connie.
Hi, I am Connie Acosta. I was a teacher for 15 years in a school within that polluted area. Mr. Neuman, instead of detailing the number of bicycle racks, you should have provided a plan for the removal of the toxic hazardous material of the brownfield. The cleanup needs to be done following the Department of Toxic Substance Control. They have guidelines. Once they have been completed, SEMAS at LAcity.org posts them on their site for that address. Right, presently, there's nothing there.
That's your time. Thank you.
Caller 7062, you're unmuted. Caller 7062, please dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Ernie. I live in Frogtown. I spend a lot of time in Lincoln Heights. I am strongly opposed to this development. I think it's very telling that the gist of the developer's presentation was that they could have chosen to make a very destructive development, but instead they chose to make a less destructive development. This is all presented with the underlying threat that we should be grateful that they are bothering to hear the concerns of the community at all. And I think because of that, this is gentrification repackaged as community enrichment. We all know that the very low income units will only be affordable for a small percentage of Lincoln Heights residents, especially when many of them need multi-generational housing. So that alone is going to cause a lot of displacement and generational disruption, even homelessness, that we should not be okay with. Mostly I'm concerned with not mostly, but finally I'm concerned with the retail space in this development. We've seen many, many times. Okay, sorry, I yield my time.
Thank you.
Caller Thomas, you're unmuted.
Hi there. My name's Thomas Hamilton. I've been a resident of Lincoln Heights for 6 years. Prior to that, I lived downtown for 10 years. I understand that we need housing density around transit hubs, but all transit hubs are not equal. So a development like this here is going to be different than if it were at Hollywood and Vine or South Park. And so I think it's only natural that there's going to be some pushback against it from our neighborhood. And it seems like the developer kind of tried to do an end run around the neighborhood. I'm just going to finish with a little copy editing here against Mr. Neuman. When you use a word like infiltrate the community, it sounds insidious. And when you say hate speech, that's not just using bad words against someone because they're a developer. Hate speech means something pretty specific. I'm going to leave it there. I oppose this.
Thank you. I just want to say, we still have 71 people in the queue. I am noticing that there are people in the queue who have already spoken. If you've already spoken on this item, you cannot speak again. Again, this is to maintain fairness for every member of the public. Every member of the public gets 1 minute to speak. Thank you.
Caller 8019, you're unmuted.
Yes, I'm Nancy Smith, and I'm calling regarding you to reject this project based on California law, CEQA, and AB 1763 governs TOCs. This prohibits approval of projects that will cause health and safety and adverse impacts here. Federal law Title VI states taxpayer funds cannot be used against poor communities of color. This TOC uses tax credits, ours. The director's waiver of oversight is a direct violation of law AB 1763. We are being deprived of our 14th Amendment rights of equal justice, livability, and equal protection by no soil testing being done. The Department of Toxic Substances rates this area with 99% pollution burden before this project begins. Pasadena Avenue is not being allowed to be used because already there is a 92% traffic density.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 8065, you're unmuted.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Minerva. I'm a small business owner within the area. I've been there for over 25 years. I've driven through this area practically most of those 25 years of the area in question. It's always been an eyesore. I could not be more in support of this project because I think it's starting to beautify the area. I don't fully understand about displacing the people when there's nothing there but ugly abandoned buildings. I'm excited about the animal shelter being modified. So I am fully in support of this project, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Caller 0256, you're on mute.
Hello, my name is Augustine McCord, and I'm calling to express support for the community against the project. In addition to I want to iterate what earlier caller said about the building being an eyesore. In addition to all the logistic and health problems with this project, I think we have a rich and vibrant community there with historic homes, and this is just the first step in crumbling that. And also, I just want to ask the community commission if you want your legacy to be one that destroyed LA or one that kept LA. Do you want to give it back to the people or the developers? Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 4232, you're unmuted.
Hello, this is Lynette Campy. I'm the community forest representative for CD1. That's a appointed body advising the city. It's our policy to advocate for the preservation of healthy mature trees, and this site has some really stunningly beautiful Canary Island pines and very healthy olive trees. The developer said that he was trying to save existing trees and will move if possible. I'm also a certified arborist. Olive trees move very well, so I would ask them to commit to moving all of the olive trees. Some of the Canary Island pines are very close to the property line, and I would hope that they could be saved as a showing of respect for the community where multi-generations have watched these trees grow. Canary Island pines have fine foliage. The needles are really optimal for filtering particulate matter out of the air, and particularly in this site, that would seem important. Where they're not possible to be saved, I would ask that trees that at maturity will provide equivalent benefits at large maturing be placed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Dina, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you so much. I just wanted to let you know I've lived in Lincoln Heights for 33 years. I live on Avenue 28 in Pasadena. I'm literally down the street from there. I'm very concerned with the toxic waste because I live really close, and also I'm so concerned that you guys don't even care that there's Hillside Elementary School, which I went to. Right across the freeway, there's Nightingale, which I went to, and there's also Loretto. That itself should be cause for concern. Also, the parking is ridiculous. I have to ask the guy from the liquor store to please let me park there. So the fact that you have just that many amount in parking lots, it's ridiculous. And no one takes the metro. Like, everybody's driving here. I've seen everybody moving in. They have 2 to 3 cars, and it's just ridiculous to even think to want to build this here. Also, I'd rather have an eyesore than having health problems, because I've seen it happen to my cousin who they did. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 1221, you're unmuted. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Hazel Guerrero. I'm opposed. I'm currently battling cancer. I'm worried about the evacuation of a toxic waste dumping ground will affect my health and other people that have pre-existing conditions. and the community. I also have a 5-year-old that attends Hillside Elementary. I'm worried for his health, also for the other students that attend that school. I just would like for you guys to really think about our health, our community, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Caller 5489, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Phillip Wagner. I have a small fabrication business here on West Avenue 34. I'm calling in to oppose this project. I'm very concerned about the parking situation that would develop. My shop does not have a parking lot, so my clients rely on street parking for pickups and deliveries. I'm also very concerned about the toxins released on that property during a 3-year aggressive construction period. Thank you for hearing my concerns. I just want to conclude by thanking all of the people who have been working so hard on getting the truth out about this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Margarita, you have it. Please unmute your microphone on your end.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Please go ahead.
Oh, hello. My name is Margarita, and I live near Lincoln Heights. And I support this project. The city is in a housing crisis, and every bit of new housing helps. In the last year, the city reached only 68% of its housing production target. We are in no position to deny any affordable housing at this point. It's very disheartening to hear people saying they don't want other people coming in. There are fair housing laws that must be abided by, and we cannot deny anyone the right to apply for housing anywhere in the city of LA. So I ask that you support this project. We cannot afford to not build housing when we walk out this door of all of our homes and we see so many people lacking housing. So please do the right thing for the city of LA, and let's help get these people off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Vanessa, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Great. Good morning. My name is Vanessa McKenzie. I used to work at an agency whose sole purpose was to market new residential developments for lease around the country. This gave me a front row seat to the blatant opportunism of the developers and their unethical disregard for an existing community, its long-term residents, their well-being, and what they do and do not want. Pinyon Group claims to prioritize social and environmental equity, but a cursory glance at their intentions for this site gives me serious doubts as to whether or not they understand what the word equity means, aside from its valuable use as a buzzword. It does not serve the current Lincoln Heights population and will needlessly increase rents for, and as a result displace, the residents who have raised their families in the area for many years. Furthermore, they claim to be committed to responsibility and sustainability. I'm opposed to the idea that digging up land, which is likely concentrated with carcinogens, and spreading toxic gases can be defined as anything close to responsible. This manipulation in their marketing is a vile example of exploitation and proof that Pinyon Group is part of the problem and not the solution. Thank you.
Caller Candice, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Candice Maples. I'm a resident of Lincoln Heights. I request that a new environmental report be done addressing toxic hazard material, that the health and safety of the current residents be the absolute priority. I urge you to require a new environmental report addressing the danger to our water. I have a child and I want her to grow up in this community. I am also concerned about the amount of parking, that this will address an additional burden to all of the current residents. Please, I ask that an environmental report be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Otis, you're unmuted.
Yeah, hi, I'm Candice's other half. We own a home here in Lincoln Heights. I've seen these buildings being built across the city. I lived in West Hollywood before this. There were 3 massive units buildings put in. Of course, the congestion amplified. The city of West Hollywood is definitely not going to do anything to fix the rest of this city. So in the end, this will be another building that will invite tons more people, tons more cars. And this is not about humans. This is about money. Unfortunately, that outweighs life in this beautiful nation. And I think that this should be reconsidered and look across the city and look at all these buildings that are being built for this exact purpose. Thank you. I oppose.
Thank you.
Caller Alicia, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say that I'm opposed to this housing unit. It's luxury apartments being built. It's not affordable housing for the community, which is low income. So yes, you are building more housing, which more people can move in, but it will drive out the current residents of Lincoln Heights. So I just strongly oppose. It's not helping the community, but destroying it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Selena, you're unmuted.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, good morning, Madam President and members of the board. My name is Selena Ortega, and I am a 30-year resident of Lincoln Heights. Today, we will see where this board stands with our hardworking community. I'm hoping to see a board that supports our community's strong opposition, the same opposition that you have seen for months. I hope that this board actually cares about what our community wants, and we've been very vocal about that. Bottom line is that our community is not going to be the new hub for urban redevelopment. We will not be gentrified. This development is a form of legal violence, and I'm ready to see where this board stands on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller RG, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Ruth Galaviz. I live in Lincoln Heights on Pasadena Avenue. I attended Hillside Elementary, and I clearly remember low air quality days that required to stay indoors all day. It's disturbing to think that almost 15 years later, this generation of children are going to have the same concerns from not just general pollution of LA, but from literally a toxic site across the street from their playgrounds. And then, as was already mentioned, Mr. Neuman, you mistakenly mentioned that the opposition used hate language towards your group. I would hope that based on your supposed work with marginalized groups, that you should have said hate, not hate, just like hateful language, not hate language. Like that's, come on. Additionally, you should take note from these community groups. They actually know how to do community outreach. I'm vehemently against this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Joseph, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Good, thank you. My name is Joseph Lepore. I own properties on Avenue 33, 34 in Pasadena. I'm on the treasurer of the BID. The problem I see is the parking, 268 parking spaces for 468 units. There's going to be parking problems. We would need parking permits for the people on 33 and 34. And the other problem is the regress and egress to Pasadena Avenue, so we can enter and exit there because there's too much traffic flow coming out of the building to go down Artesia in 34. There's a lot of traffic now, and there'll be a lot more then. And the parking permits are a very important item. So thank you for hearing my concerns. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Millman, Cecilia Lamas for the record. I'd like to state for the record that Commissioner Learn has left the meeting and will be returning later on.
Thank you.
Caller Annie, you're unmuted.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I am a homeowner about a quarter of a mile away from this proposed project. I have seen an aerial view of my home and every single one of these maps pictures from this morning. I want to say thank you to Patty and I think his name is Michael, the community organizers who have stated our case. The community organizers are actually the only way I know about this project. I found out about the proposed project from signs posted in my neighborhood. The only outreach I ever received from the Pinyon group was for their most recent Zoom meeting. I received it in the mail the day of the meeting. I'm not sure what sort of outreach Mr. Neuman was talking about that happened previous, but it wasn't targeted at me. I just want to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we call the next caller, can I have David Ambroz, Dana Perlman, and Mark Mitchell unmute for a second? We received instructions when we received our packages that there had already been a hearing on this matter that the three of you were not present for, and I need confirmation on the record that you listened to the audio of that meeting.
This is Dana Perlman. I was present for a part of it, but I did listen to the rest.
Thank you. David?
And I would just add, sorry, but for our own edification, I appreciate all the members of the public coming out. And Samantha, I think you're doing a great job of running these difficult Zoom meetings. We're a couple hours into this. We've already lost one commissioner and we're likely going to lose others on a short quorum. We heard a lot of public comment last time, and I'm hearing mostly the same comment. It would be really helpful if people could introduce any new points, or if they don't, just allow other speakers to speak so that we can really hear the issues. We don't need to hear the same thing over and over and over again. Thank you.
Or if you would like to speak, because we don't want to give anyone the impression that they cannot speak, you can say, I agreed with the caller who spoke to this, this, and this.
Bingo. Thank you.
Thank you. David, can you confirm that you listened?
Confirmed, yes.
Thank you. Mark?
Confirmed.
Thank you. Okay, let us resume our public hearing. Thank you.
Caller D, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so basically just want to point out that what's it called? It's you guys' jobs to listen to us, even if we repeat ourselves over and over again. I know it's probably a hassle for you guys, but you guys should do it. On the other note, I just want to go ahead and point out that, you know, what the presenter was saying, Mr. Brady, saying that pretty much we don't have no choice. That is either the project that you guys already, what's it called, pretty much approved, or the new one, but it's going to build right away. And I think that's very unfair, because overall, what we're saying here is that we don't want that. That like they haven't done the proper, what's it called, you know, pretty much environmental specifications. You know, like that ground is dirty, so they shouldn't build anything there, at least not without doing a double check. And they haven't done that. They have lied about that, you know, constantly. So no community outreach whatsoever. So I just want to go ahead and point out that I oppose that, and I hope that you guys take that in consideration.
Thank you. And I want to clarify what Dana said, because I know Dana well, and I'm sure that he did not intend to give the public any sort of impression that it is a hassle for us to listen to. Indeed, it is our privilege to be in this position and to listen. I think what Dana was speaking to is for all the other callers who are on the call and want to give their input for the sake of them. If you want to say, I agree with the person who said XYZ, you are welcome to do so. If you want to use your full minute, that is absolutely your right, and you may do that. Thank you.
Caller Andrea, you're unmuted.
Andrea, please unmute your microphone.
I will move on.
No, I think she had unmuted herself. Oh, well.
She had it on mute for about a couple of seconds, but.
Okay. Andrea, if you wish to speak again, please raise your hand. Thank you.
Caller Jonathan, please unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello, my name is Jonathan Gerald. I'm the administrator and director of Affordable Housing for Artists we lost a significant number of affordable units during a recent scandal that I'm sure you're all aware of in the Arts District. And the battle to find affordable units to for residents who were displaced by gentrification is huge and ongoing. And we welcome this project in particular because 66 units, much desired, very helpful. And so I wholeheartedly express my support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will go ahead and try again with Andrea. Please unmute. Andrea, you can go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Andrea. And I would just like to quickly point out Mr. Brady's comments that he did state, clearly I've been seeing the same issue repeated again about affordable housing. It is 66 units, but I would like to address to every resident who's agreeing with this. 66 units is not nearly enough for our people. This is our community. This is my safe space. This is where I come from. 66 units is nowhere near enough. That's 14%. 14%. He was talking about socially conscious. With all respect, I don't think 14% of affordable housing is a way for these developers. It's a way for them to tell us to be quiet. You at least got something. For those college students who need a house or an apartment, this is nowhere near. I would like to see a developer or somebody from our community who can build apartments that can at least go 60 with affordable housing, maybe 80 for affordable housing, because this is our community, And as far as for parking spaces, there's still about 150 residents that do not have parking available. He did say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller 2891, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Claire Baker, and I am a homeowner on Pasadena Ave, just a few blocks away from the project. And I am really concerned, along with everyone else, about the environmental impact. And I really want to see, extensive remediation of the toxicity. And then I just wanted to add, why is the city not subsidizing a higher percentage of affordable housing? Because I agree that that this should be 100% affordable housing, that's what we need in our community. And I think that the developer is responsible for that, but also commissioners, what can you do to see that those affordable units being built? And I also wanted to add that I'm a biker and I moved to the city, moved to this neighborhood in order to take transit. And I think I'm going to die every time I get on my bike. So I'm just, bike lane.
Yes, thank you.
Caller Teresa, you're unmuted. Teresa, please go ahead and unmute yourself. I will move on.
Thank you.
Caller Renee, you're unmuted.
Hi, please let me know if you can hear me.
We can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Renee Camarillo. I oppose the Pinyon Group and their Avenue 34 project. This project is simply for profit. That's why it's being planned in a working class community, because it's affordable for the developer. There is a false belief that the goal of this project is to bring more affordable housing for the community. That is false. Out of 468 units, only 66 will be affordable. That's less than 15%. The affordable units are apparently aimed for locals with an income of $50,000 a year, but the average in Lincoln Heights makes around $30,000 annually. This project will also increase rent across Lincoln Heights, inflicting these working class families. Moving on to our health, the foundation site for this plan consists of hazardous chemicals. Excavating on a potentially toxic site located directly adjacent to Hillside Elementary School and in a busy community is irresponsible and shameful. The result will be major health complications, cancers, and future lawsuits. Please do your part to help Lincoln Heights keep it safe and prosperous.
Hi.
Thank you.
Caller Lisette, you're unmuted.
Hi, yes. My name is Lizette, and I am a local of Lincoln Heights, and I want to just say that I'm completely and utterly opposed to this project. For one, it is naive to think that when the majority of the units in that proposed building are studios and one bedrooms, that in a multi-generational community like Lincoln Heights, you are catering to that community. You are naive and dumb to think that that is okay. Two, it is ridiculous how you expect that 60-something units of affordable, or what you consider affordable housing, is okay to serve this community. You are choosing to build this to serve a future community, which you are choosing to cater to. You are not catering to the current community. You are choosing to build a community, and you can see that by the people who are in favor. Very few of them are actual residents of Lincoln Heights. Most of them have claimed that they are just residents of LA who are looking for housing. So you are choosing people outside of the community as opposed to the people in this community. So to say that you are trying to do your best for them is an utter bullshit. So I hope this commission.
Thank you.
Caller Christopher, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Christopher O'Leary, and I'm a homeowner in Lincoln Heights, and I stand in solidarity with my community in opposing this development. I'm a community college professor, and I see the effects of this type of development and displacement on these communities in my students every single day, and I vehemently oppose this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Michael, you're unmuted.
Hello?
We're here, go ahead.
Name is Michael. I'm a homeowner within 2 blocks of the proposed project, father of a local elementary school student, a firefighter for Los Angeles County, and an advocate for safer streets. Thank you for hearing our appeal. I'm here to voice my opposition for this project. The first council district has consistently obstructed Vision Zero's plan to prioritize pedestrian safety over business interests like this project. As a firefighter in an area with multiple LAUSD schools, I can testify to the danger automobile traffic poses to children walking to and from school. Lastly, I have firsthand experience as a first responder to health hazmat incidents that could have been prevented and were the result of willful disregard by business owners and local government, of which the burden and lasting effects are felt by the residents, first responders, and healthcare system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Albert, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Albert Samret. I'm a local with a business in Chinatown. I just wanted to talk about how when Jerry Neuman was talking about doing community outreach, the reason why he did that was because he is not from this community and he has to ask others about what the community needs because he doesn't know what the community needs, and someone who doesn't come from the community will not know what the community needs, and that's not the kind of development that we need. The only reason he can come into this community and make decisions for people is because he has the money and the means to do so. I can't imagine if people from Lincoln Heights had the means to do so, to go into his neighborhood, his community, and give them the option of destroying it or not, and just sort of that unfair balance of power that we have and who is actually making the decision, which is those with money. I would also like to point out that I've been staring at Jerry this whole meeting and noticing that he's been playing with his phone, not being engaged with this comment at all, and being very flippant and not paying attention. And so I would like to make sure that the commission would.
Caller Garrett, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, my name is Garrett Walker and I do not live in Lincoln Heights. However, at the last meeting, I was offered a hardship fee of $150 to call in and support this project and was instructed to say I live in Lincoln Heights, Council District 1, or the area. After hearing concerns from the residents of Lincoln Heights and visiting the community, and I now support the appeal. I want to note that it was earlier stated that the developers reached out to all the surrounding schools. However, only 3 out of 5 of these were listed on the presentation. I have also visited the area and am concerned that 311 parking spaces for 468 units leaves 157 unplaced cars in an already limited parking area. And that's assuming there's only 1 vehicle per unit and up to 625 displaced cars if there were 2 cars per unit. Because of these reasons and the other concerns brought to light by the community, including pedestrian safety, the environmental impact, and the indirect displacement of existing residents, I now support the appeal of this project. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Caller Patrick, you're unmuted.
Hello? Hi, can you hear me? Hi, yeah, that's my boss's name, my bad. I'm Christine. First of all, I really just did not appreciate comments trying to dissuade the public from voicing their opinions. We will keep repeating ourselves if that's what we feel like, and you will listen. I'm a resident of Lincoln Heights. I've seen places like Highland Park and Echo Park transform before my eyes, and while change is not the issue here, it's the kind of change that's being ushered in. Displacement of generations of working class families does not equate progress. A big complex like this is going to inevitably do so and lead to. We need to protect those that have made these neighborhoods thrive and essentially made them so appealing to gentrification in the first place. But fuck gentrification. I have to wholeheartedly speak against this. We do not want this in our neighborhood, and most of our community agrees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Stephanie, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Stephanie Martinez, and I'm born and raised in Lincoln Heights, and I oppose the project. I have a question for you, Jerry. How is 66 affordable housing units out of 468 equitable? It seems like you don't understand equity, which makes sense because of the privilege you hold as a white male. This is another act of systemic racism within housing and normalization of gentrification. I want to also mention that I was not influenced negatively, like Jerry said, by grassroots organizations that have been fighting for Lincoln Heights against gentrification, unlike him and his team who paid people to speak in favor of the project. Your act of gentrification is disgusting and unethical, Jerry.
Thank you.
Caller Richard, you're unmuted.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Richard McCarthy. I live in 40 Avenue 42 and Griffin. And I want to speak against the project. The project will serve as a template for the future projects because of its height, mass, and design. It'll serve as a prototype for projects along Pasadena Avenue and other arterial streets. It's a model of TODs and low-income housing, and it will not be used to facilitate transportation or low-income housing, but create more and more densely populated communities, and will not serve the community of Lincoln Heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller Michael, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Michael DeMaio. I'm a resident of Lincoln Heights, and I'm calling in today to speak in vehement opposition to this project. Andrew Brady, Oliver Netburn, Jerry Neuman, and Pinyon Group are the living and breathing legacy of white supremacy and ethnic cleansing that built this city and this country. When we tell Pinyon Group to fuck right off, it's because they're a thinly veiled neo-Nazi scum actively working to destroy working class communities in Los Angeles and every city in the United States. I'm here today to ask the commissioners to stand in solidarity with the working class community of Lincoln Heights and the working class communities in every city and small town nationwide. Do not approve this dangerous president that continues the legacy of ethnic cleansing that stole this land from the Tongva Gabrielino people when the city was first being built. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Caller Jessica, you're unmuted. Jessica, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
think it's possible Jessica walked away. Oh, there she is.
Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Jessica Kittredge. I am a single parent. I currently live in Glassell Park. I'm calling in response to approval of this project due to lack of low-income housing in general in Los Angeles. I, especially faced with this year, am looking at being forced to move away from Los Angeles and taking my daughter away from her father because I just can't afford the area anymore. I do believe 100% or more low income would be beneficial. And I'm also concerned about social and ethical issues with the building as well. I think that's extremely important, but we do need more low income housing and safety and security for our children and the future of this city. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller Catherine, you're unmuted. Catherine, please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Catherine Opie. I am a business owner here in Lincoln Heights, and I oppose the Pinyons Group project. I believe in science over profits, and it is clear that the community has requested further investigation on the environmental concerns of this site. The project expired 3 years after the date of approval, and it expired on August 22nd, 2019, and I would like the commission to address that. I believe the applicant is not being truthful. I value truth over profits. What is approved is unfortunately a lie, and I want this project stopped. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Shane, you're unmuted.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Shane Phillips, and as a resident of Lincoln Heights, I'd like to express my support for the project. I know many of the neighbors here, my neighbors, have expressed concern about gentrification and displacement, and I do appreciate that those concerns are being taken seriously. But at the same time, I think it's important to acknowledge that gentrification is already here. Despite almost no development over the past few decades in Lincoln Heights, the median home value is already over $600,000. I don't want to see Lincoln Heights go down the same path as neighborhoods like Echo Park and Highland Park. These are places that tried to stop change by stopping new housing, and we know from experience that that just doesn't work. Most of the housing investment I see in Lincoln Heights walking around the neighborhood right now is taking the form of flips and renovations. That's where demand for housing is currently going. The Avenue 34 project will actually create homes affordable to low-income households, and it will do so without displacing anyone or anything except a vacant industrial lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller Andrea, you're unmuted. Andrea, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Argelia Pimentel. I have lived in Lincoln Heights since 1997. I'm an example of a low income. I'm a student and I take care of my mom and I'm the head of a household. I actually live on Avenue 26 from 100% low income apartments. And at first I was in favor of this project because I did receive a letter in the mail where it stated that they would offer more housing and low income. However, it didn't mention how many low income apartments. It failed to mention that. So after listening to his presentation and knowing that you have to meet a requirement of $50,000 to apply, that I would not meet that requirement. And that's just the first experience of what a person like myself would face. Also, the parking situation in our apartment area is bad as it is. So I disagree with this movement. And there needs to be more, another plan for this. Thank you.
Caller Javier, you're unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Javier Angulo. I'm a 20-year resident of Lincoln Heights, and I'm speaking in favor of this project. Years ago, we in Los Angeles made the decision to invest billions of dollars to build a rail system. The idea was that as Los Angeles grows, we can build density along rail lines to accommodate the increasing need for housing. This is the perfect site. If not here, where? Opposition to this project is a textbook definition of NIMBYism. I encourage you to deny the appeal and allow this project to move forward.
Thank you.
Caller S. Poland, you're unmuted.
Good morning. My name is Seth Poland. I am a property owner at Avenue 34, right before the tracks. I'm also the president of the Lincoln Heights Business Improvement District, but I am talking today in behalf of my stakeholder. I've owned property here for 16 years. I love Lincoln Heights. I do everything in my power to seek only positive. So my comment is really in favor of the project, as well as I support change. I'm listening to the community. I appreciate the community and the neighbors' comments sincerely. I get out and walk the streets personally every week to try to make something positive happen here. And patience is a virtue. Just remember that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Sarah, you're unmuted.
Hi. You can hear me, right?
I can. Please go ahead.
Absolutely, yes. So we've collected over 3,000 statements from the community against this project and have submitted over 100 pages of these statements that would probably take 10 hours to read out loud. And I guess people would call all of those people NIMBYs, 3,000. We're already seeing, talking about displacement, that this project won't displace anybody. We're already seeing properties directly across the street on Pasadena Avenue going up for sale. Multifamily bungalow court properties that will be torn down for TOCs. That's loss of housing. Yeah. And the affordable housing units, the low income ones, a person has to make $39,000 to get a very low income unit closet over at Avenue. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Didia, you're unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Didia DeLizer. I'm a 27-year resident of Lincoln Heights. I share all my neighbors' concerns in opposing this project and have two others to add. First, the developer has offered no changes for the community since the last Planning Commission meeting. Second, the nature of our community. The proposed site lies between two HPOZs, and the Victorian homes and craftsman bungalows of 1 and 2 stories that make up our community are unlike the visually similar and gentrifying neighborhoods of Echo Park and Highland Park, because in Lincoln Heights, our large lot sizes have permitted homeowners to build rental units, mostly in the 70s, behind their houses. This preserved the visual fabric, the historic fabric of our neighborhood, and enabled high density affordable rental housing. The proposed project at 5 stories luxury housing will disrupt.
Caller Brenda, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Brenda Contreras. I'm a homeowner near Lincoln Heights, and I'm calling to voice my opposition to the scandalous project, which sits on unceded Tongva territory. Everything about the design of this project is wrong and a slap in the face for the community of Lincoln Heights. These are 1-bedroom and studio luxury apartments with limited parking, a clear indication that this is not housing for families or low-income folks. The boxy exteriors of this project scream gentrification and do not reflect the rich, historic nature of the community, full of Victorian homes. Homes that can fit families. This project is unethical and will cause displacement to the most vulnerable. Its adherence to CEQA is highly questionable and puts the community's health at risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Tara, you're unmuted.
Hi, I would like to voice my opposition to this project and just echo what other people have said about the environmental concerns, the displacement of vulnerable people in the community. Housing availability is a huge problem in LA, and I understand that this is just one issue and cannot tackle that, but I agree that this is not going to serve people that actually live in Lincoln Heights. This is going to be for people that can afford luxury apartments. So I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Jose, you're unmuted.
Hi, good morning. I am a Lincoln Heights resident of 20 years and I oppose the Avenue 34 project even after hearing the project solutions for community concerns. You've addressed the traffic issue, parking issue, and how there would be space available to the open public, but have repeatedly chosen to dismiss the amount of affordable units. Having 40% of all units fall into affordable housing after numerous meetings demonstrates that community concerns are still not being met. This project attempts to tokenize these affordable housing units and have this be their main platform to gain support. I'm sure the low-income residents that are not selected for the 14% affordable housing units are going to love the public open space. It benefits the developers to say 14% is affordable housing when the phrase 86% is not affordable housing, as this phrase ultimately means the same thing. This is a majority of the project's target consumers, people that can afford to live in these unaffordable units. And with the median income of Lincoln Heights residents residing around $30,000 demonstrates that these units are not for the community. I just want to end by saying that it's concerning that Neuman is able to sit on an affordable committee meeting and vote no. That was not 60 seconds.
Caller 5336, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Emerald Alvarez. I live 20 blocks from where the Pinyon Group is making a disgusting proposal. I demand that an environmental study be done to assess all the impacts on our community. You need to account for the hidden costs and externalities for future outlays for health, inflation impact on our community, pollution, pre and post proposed building construction, and several other concerns that you have yet to address. I took off work this morning to protect me and my neighbors because I know you won't, and you know that they aren't aware this is happening right now. You are part of the community, whether you see it or not. You're responsible for keeping people safe. You are well aware of your development encroaching on our homes that will, in effect, inflate rents across Lincoln Heights. And I want to especially note the gentrification, displacement, ethnic erasure, corruption, environmental pollution that the Pinyon Group are producing and is causing, and the role that you commissioners play to sign those deals and promote this. Why would 14% of the apartments?
That is your time.
I yield my time.
Caller Edick, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can.
Hello, my name is Eric Chavrine, a lifelong resident of Lincoln Heights, and I am calling to voice my opposition for this project. The Pinyon Group is not here to work with the community. Their representatives just spent 2 minutes bashing and slandering community leaders for using their voice and platform to inform the community on the evils of Pinyon Group. Please learn the definition of hate speech because you clearly don't, Jerry Neuman. We need to take a closer look at how this proposed project will affect the environment and affect parking for surrounding neighbors. Parking is already rough as it is, and this project will only make it worse. In addition, this project will indirectly displace lifelong community members as surrounding landlords will begin to increase the rents in a community where we already cannot afford rent. Also, the building is very, very ugly and very unesthetically pleasing. Standing in solidarity with my community of Lincoln Heights, I urge you commissioners to vote against this proposed project. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Caller Johan, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Johan. I am a resident of Lincoln Heights. I am vehemently opposed to this project. There is the low income qualification is really hard to meet. Someone who's making $20 an hour, 40 hours a week, for every week of the year would not qualify for low income unit. And there's just objective health risks to working on this project. Jerry Neuman, if your kid went to Hillside Elementary School, would you allow this project to go through? Can you look at the camera and respond? I don't think you would. Okay. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Caller Marissa, you're unmuted.
Marissa, please unmute your microphone.
Hello? Hello?
We
can
hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marissa Quintanar, and I am a resident of Montecito Heights, and I would just like to express my support of the project. I think the team did a great job outreaching to neighbors, and I couldn't be more proud to support this as a homeowner and as a former affordable housing staffer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller Diane, you're unmuted. Diane, please unmute yourself.
So mine is not necessarily
Hello?
tied to.
Hello, we can
Hello?
hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Diane Garcia. My grandparents lived in Lincoln Heights since the 40s. They raised their family there. So I just want to speak to the affordability of Lincoln Heights and how important that is. I can also say from experience, I currently live in Highland Park. All these new developments just raise prices. They say they're going to be housing, but when they're sold as condos for over $900,000, that just creates unaffordable housing for everybody else. Rents get raised, home prices go up, and people have to leave the neighborhoods that they've built their families and communities in because of these developments. And I want to echo that the business doing outreach, they obviously don't know how to outreach to the community, so they don't know where they're going into. And I think that speaks a lot to how they're working on this project.
Thank you.
Caller Sara, you're unmuted. Sara, please unmute yourself.
Okay, let's move on.
Moving on. Caller Alita, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Elida Rubalcaba. I've been living in Lincoln Heights for over 40 years. As most of my community, I stand along with them. I am opposed to this building and this proposition to build this. I also want to let you know that it causes a lot of pollution. You have a school down the street. The pollution will cause cancer. There's a lot of kids with asthma out there. There's a lot of health issues, and it would create a lot of traffic. So I'm really opposed to this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Peter, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Peter Gurtmanian. I own and operate a business on Avenue 33. We built our facility here in 2009 and currently have about 100 employees who live and park in the area. First, I don't know why we're talking about a project approval that was proposed in 2016. It's misleading and irrelevant. We're concerned with what's in front of us today. We'd be happy actually to have a housing development that's compatible with the community and does not overwhelm it. However, the development as currently planned will have substantial negative impacts on the current residents and businesses who take care of this community due to the traffic and parking issues which have been clearly documented. The neighborhood simply doesn't have adequate infrastructure. I have a few simple requests. Make the ingress and egress on Pasadena Avenue only, which is a substantial street. Conclusively prevent exit from the project onto Artisan Alley, which is unimproved and cannot accommodate pedestrians due to the gold line. These things have to be mandated to the developer or they will not happen. We need concrete assurances, and if we get
It looks like we lost him.
Caller, Nicole A. Please unmute your microphone on your end.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. My name's Nicole. I'm an LA native. I live close by, and I'm pretty disturbed by the proposed project. I'm hearing a lot of people in support say how we need affordable housing, and I wholeheartedly agree with that, but that's just not what this project is about. As I understand it, the quote unquote low income and even very low income requirements are above the median of most existing residents. So that whole side of the argument is really misleading. And to speak to a couple points made earlier, it's clear that the design stage of this project, there was little to no consideration for the existing architectural character of the neighborhood, one of the oldest, most historic neighborhoods in Los Angeles. It just shows a lack of understanding, a lack of effort, empathy, and sensitivity. You all have a very important, impactful decision to make here, and I hope you all can vote with your conscience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Jack, you're unmuted.
Hi, I'm a business owner in the neighborhood, and I just have one comment is I'd ask the commissioners to think if they would let their young children walk along a street to get to the metro with no sidewalk that's already too narrow to comfortably drive a car down without driving at about a mile an hour. If they would let their kids walk from this proposed building that doesn't require parking to the metro. It's my only question.
Thank you.
Caller Lindsay, you're unmuted.
Lindsay, please unmute your microphone on your end.
I oppose the project and believe the commission owes it to the community to stop the applicant, the Pinyon Group. The negative impacts are clear. Issues of equity, environmental toxicity, and congestion, to name the top three. I really think that you all should think very, very clearly about what your impact is to this community and what you should do moving forward in terms of housing and your commitment to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Ace, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. I work at a small business that has a location right in the area, and I just want to voice my opposition to this project on a number of bases. The first one, and I think the most pressing one, being an environmental basis. It's become very clear over the past few months that the environmental data used to push this project through was faulty and does not reflect any approximation of the truth. And for the health and safety of the neighborhood residents, and especially children and people with pre-existing conditions, I oppose this project on that basis.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Caller Empty, you're unmuted.
I have lived houselessly all around the Los Angeles County area for the last 5 years as a descendant of settler colonials for political reasons, the very political reasons that this project embodies. Displacement does not refer to asphalt. It refers to people who built a community that this developer now smells money in. That is how displacement works. Rents go up, and people who can afford the 365 that might move into the area are the only ones who will eventually be left. I do not want to participate in displacement, and that is why not only do I live the way I live and will continue to do so
Thank you. That is your time.
Caller Melissa, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Melissa Passman. I'm an attorney based in Los Angeles. I'm calling just to voice my support for all of the residents who live in the area who are opposed to this project moving forward. I'm especially concerned about the fact that there are tax credits involved here and that the developers will be potentially receiving, very big tax breaks on their end, which will help their own personal tax situation at the expense of the community. And, in a way, LA and, the federal government are subsidizing this as well. So I really want to make sure that, you're thinking about how people will personally benefit. I guess on a side note, I also wanted to quickly address Mr. Neuman about relying on his charitable associations, because if you listen to who the beneficiaries of your charities are, they will not necessarily agree with how you are framing all of this. And there is the underlying racism that these charities are aiming to end, and what you're doing is virtue signaling in the end. So please be aware that a lot of this is virtue signaling. And as everybody else is saying here, everybody can see through this.
That is
Very
your, thank you.
Caller 9001, you're unmuted. Caller 9001, please dial *6 to unmute yourself and go ahead. I will move on. Caller 2405, you're unmuted.
To unmute, press *6.
I will go ahead and move on. Caller Oscar, you're unmuted.
Hi, I'm Oscar Saldana, and I'm a homeowner in Lincoln Heights, and I live 4 blocks away from Avenue 34, and I oppose this project. I am extremely concerned about the dump of toxic waste in the ground adjacent to the project. 3 years of construction can expose hundreds of children and neighbors to airborne pollution and from diesel, dust, asbestos, lead, and the toxic fume that will cause cancer, organ failure, and birth defect. This is a major no for me, and I ask the commissioners to protect us from these colonizers. This project will be a nightmare because they will poison and massacre the community, save Lincoln Heights from environmental racism, and help us resist the force of gentrification. I yield my time.
Thank you.
We will try again with caller 9001. Please unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ashley Evangelista Mendiola. I've been living in Lincoln Heights for 26 years, and I strongly oppose the project. The proposed project threatens the community's environmental impact and threatens indirect gentrification. 66 very low-income units is insulting, considering the remainder of the units are a number of 402. It further proves how little interest Pinyon Group wants the community of Lincoln Heights involved, knowing well the average income in Lincoln Heights cannot afford this. I also wanted to bring up the parking issue. I live in a 4-unit apartment, and we have 11 cars total. There are several factors that the community have brought up in opposition of this project. It does not sit right with me and should not sit right with y'all either. Approving this project perpetuates violence towards the Lincoln Heights community. Please consider listening to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Magdalena, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that I really do hope that you listen to the people of Lincoln Heights. I highly oppose this housing project. I am concerned for the safety of my community as well as the environmental impact. I just find it really frustrating. And I decided to jump on here because a language barrier is sometimes people can't speak up for our community. And sometimes they don't have the time. I've been on here for a while and I just wanted to strongly voice that I oppose this, and it is not affordable housing for real people of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Myra, you're unmuted.
Hey there, my name's Myra Carrillo. I reside in East LA. As a single mother, I know firsthand of the limitations of providing my daughter with a home. I currently reside in a converted garage, and learning how this project can hopefully provide my daughter with more decent space gives me hope. I'm all for community improvement and believe this project will benefit those single mothers like myself. I've also witnessed community development like this has lowered the crime dynamics in the community, so I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Caller Brian, you're unmuted.
Is it me?
It is you.
Hi, I'm Brian from over in Highland Park for the last 12 years, and I just wanted to also voice my opposition to this project, and for myriad reasons laid out, and that's it. I'll be short. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller Claudia, you're unmuted. Claudia, please unmute yourself.
Claudia, you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
I'll move on and try again with her later.
Thank you.
Caller Diego, you're unmuted.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Diego Zapata, and I'm a third-generation lifelong resident of Lincoln Heights. Lincoln Heights is a Latino and Asian immigrant community. We fought for decades to stay here. We fought during the East LA walkouts, during the Zoot Suit riots, and today with the fight against developers like Pinyon Group. And despite this fight, even to this day, my community still serves as a nexus for immigrant narratives and an American dream realized despite all odds. To lose our community to development is to lose our right to the city, to lose our rightful stake within the city's narrative. We lose our homes and livelihoods with this project. You lose what made LA Los Angeles. Please oppose this project. I see my time.
Thank you.
Caller Jacko, you're unmuted. Jacko, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Hi, thank you. I am opposing this project. I'm a homeowner and we live on a duplex, and our tenants, they are about, I think, 8 people to a 2-bedroom house. Should any of them want to move out, they would not be able to afford the very low income apartments. We also have a child that would be attending the school, and it would be something that I would have to figure out how to pay money to send my kid to a private school because I would not feel safe with the environmental racism that would be, that my kid would be exposed to and that the rest of the neighborhood would be exposed to. We are new to this neighborhood and we are firmly committed to making sure that we do not contribute to any more of the ill effects of gentrification. So I oppose this project.
Thank you.
Caller stakeholder, you're unmuted.
Hi, I'm concerned about the self-determination of this neighborhood. We've showed up and told you what we want numerous times, and I'm really concerned about how much, we can have a say in our future. I'm a member of the LA Tenants Union, and affordable housing is a scam, and I'm gonna tell you why. It usually comes with a covenant and expires after a certain amount of years, leaving the people scrambling to find housing. Also, developers have come to rely on affordable housing to grease the wheels of the planning process and take advantage of tax breaks and subsidies. And these units.
That is your time. Thank you. I want to be mindful of the fact that we have numerous other cases with a lot of community members who want to weigh in today. And so what I'm going to do, if you have not already spoken, and if your hand is up and you're in line and you're going to speak. If you would like to speak and you have not yet pressed *9 or raise hand, please do that now. And thank you. We're going to cap the callers after Janelle Porter. Thank you.
Caller Angelo, you're unmuted. Angelo, please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm a homeowner and small business owner in this area. I live on Isabel Street. There's reason to believe this project requires closer scrutiny, and I, as a level-headed participant in this process, am thankful to have a process and public servants in place to review these matters in the public trust. Based on the evidence, there's reason to suspect Avenue 34 project could be a hazard to public health, and I hope you will listen to the many longtime residents who have also registered their disapproval based on well-founded safety concerns. I wanted to also add that the general plan has several neglected elements, one of which is infrastructure, and that's part of the reason why we see so many vacuum trucks servicing our overwhelmed sewer systems, among other patent observations we can make about the failing infrastructure of this area. We need to take all this into concern, and don't forget the Embarcadero Institute is finding that we overestimated the population and doubled the housing here.
Caller Miriam, you're unmuted.
Hi, good morning. I've been living in Lincoln Heights for 30 years. My parents live here and I am their voice today because they don't have access to this. I strongly oppose this project because the possibility of displacement. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Caller Lee, you're unmuted.
Look, Jerry, you know you're probably going to win this. I know you're probably going to win this. The developers got the money and power and influence, and we don't. We feel helpless and hopeless for a reason. So I figure it's an opportunity to get some catharsis in, man. This is for you, baby.
First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. West side, when we ride, come equipped with game. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. West side, when we ride, come equipped with game. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. West side, when we ride, come equipped with game. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. West side, when we ride, come equipped with game. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. West side, when we ride, come equipped with game. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. West side, when we ride, come equipped with game. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. West side, when we ride, come equipped with game. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. West side when
Time.
Thank you.
Caller Jose, you're unmuted. Jose, go ahead and speak. You've muted yourself. I will move on. Caller Santos, you're unmuted.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon. I am a third generation Lincoln Heights person. I am a community college teacher, and I think this project will devastate this community because where I live in Solano Canyon, which is 1 minute away from Lincoln Heights, there's hundreds of people living in the hills over here underneath the freeway, in the park. I've seen families living in Lincoln Park. I see people living underneath the freeway and underneath the bridges. I think it just needs to be affordable housing. Pretty much that's it. Affordable housing. Anything else is just gonna hurt the community. Thank you. I yield my.
Caller Robert, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you. I just want to make sure that the commissioners understand that the parking and traffic issues that this project will result in are highly, highly serious and dangerous. The ability to exit on Artesian Street is highly problematic. It needs to be addressed. The insignificant amount of parking in this plan is ridiculous. You're only looking at 66% of parking spaces being covered for the units. It is a foregone conclusion that the residents and visitors will need to find parking along Artesian Street, Humboldt Street, and Avenue 33. It should be noted that currently very few buildings in this area have ample parking for their personal or business needs. Furthermore, Avenue 33 connects to Lacey Street and is consistently being used for various television, movie, and filming production, which adds additional traffic issues almost on a weekly basis. Any flow onto Artesian Street should not be allowed in this project. There are children who walk to school every day, and I can see cars that are racing down Artesian Street to beat the train in order to get onto the 110 freeway would be put into big danger. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller Meredith, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
My name is Meredith Bays, and I own a small business with a location on Avenue 33, just south of Pasadena Avenue. I also work closely with several artists who live and work in the immediate neighborhood of the proposed development by the Pinyon Group on Avenue 34. I stand in solidarity with our neighbors and community members in strongly opposing this development, as it has little regard for the existing community of Lincoln Heights and the needs for its current residents. I also have grave concerns regarding the toxic environmental and public safety hazards, including but not limited to the plans for parking and traffic flow. I also need to say that I strongly condemn the tactics used by the Pinyon Group in its outreach and engagement with the community. In addition to deliberately spreading misinformation about the project to community members, its representatives have refused to honor and respond to the grave concerns raised by community advocates. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller 83. Never mind, I'm sorry. Caller Gabriel, you're unmuted.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, it looks like we have two folks unmuted. Gabrielle, please go ahead.
Hi, I strongly oppose this project because it's clear that this is not affordable for the community, and everyone is extremely opposed. I propose that if the project is outdated, that you should propose a new project that is 100% affordable, but this is clearly not the project.
Thank you.
Caller Carla, you're unmuted.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my call. My name is Carla Juarez. As a Lincoln Heights business owner, a parent of Hillside Elementary, and a Lincoln Heights resident for over 30 years, I oppose this development. We have a real issue at hand here. The construction of this development will release horrible toxins that will affect our children. The carcinogens we will be breathing and the long-time negative health effects are far of greater concern. I ask you to please consider this and understand that our health should be our #1 concern. Please vote with your conscience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Caller Tanya, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Tani Kay. I live in Highland Park for the last 6 years, and I lived in El Sereno for 25 years before that. I'm concerned about the size of this project, the traffic and parking effect it will have on the people in Lincoln Heights. We need affordable housing in the area. The people who buy these luxury units will not be using public transportation. They will have cars, and there will be too many cars for the parking lot. Just because the regulations say that they can have that few a number of parking spaces doesn't mean they should. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller Clara, you're unmuted.
Thank you. I am opposed to this project as is currently proposed. A full CEQA environmental report should be prepared. Cal Enviro Screen 3.0, a website which seeks to address grave injustices in terms of pollution to environmental justice communities, ranks this census tract in the 99th percentile in terms of pollution burden. Only 1% of all communities in the entire California are more polluted. Diesel pollution is at 85%. The appellants have expressed a concern about pollution from neighboring cleanup sites. The concern is justified given the number of cleanup sites. Placing buildings on top of pollutants could be analogous to stepping on a banana and pushing out toxic fumes into the neighborhood. Soil testing at the site should be completed, especially given its proximity to Hillside Elementary School. This project will be built in close proximity to the 110 and the I-5 freeway. There will be cumulative impacts from the freeway, other TOCs, construction, and the additional cars and traffic once the project is built. These impacts are significant. There is diesel pollution coming. Thank you.
Commissioner Millman, Cecilia Lamas for the record. I'd like to state for the record that Commissioner Leung has rejoined the meeting.
Thank you. Can commissioners participate if they have missed some of the public comment?
Deputy City Attorney Amy Brothers, no, they can't. That's Rule 8.2 of the CPC Rules and Procedures.
So Helen, should we have Helen stay on the call, or should we ask her to log back in when we hear the next item?
Deputy City Attorney Amy Brothers, she should not be listening in on this, and we will contact her when the next item starts.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Helen.
Caller Bert, you're unmuted. Bert, please unmute yourself.
Hello. Yep. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Bert. Please go ahead.
Yep. Oh, cool. I live in Lincoln Heights. I own a house here. I strongly oppose the project. I live about 2 blocks from Hillside, and this isn't built for the community. If you were building 100% affordable housing with rent sub $1,000 a month, that'd be one thing, but this is not built for the people who live here. Secondly, the environmental impact of this, the lack of transparency by the developers is incredibly concerning. I have a 6-month-old baby here. There are tons of kids that live in this neighborhood. We don't want another Flint on our hands. You and all these commissioners who vote for this, and this gets approved, and there's environmental repercussions, you will be held accountable. You will be held accountable. You're putting our lives at danger.
Hi.
Vote with your conscience.
Thank you so much.
Caller Erica, you're unmuted.
Erica.
Hello. Hi, my name is Erica Gallo. I oppose this project. Our family has lived in the Lincoln Heights community since the 1960s. This is a historic community that needs to be preserved. You're setting a precedence to destroy this. Keep in mind the 110 freeway, the Arroyo Seco Parkway, is a historic national monument. This project would overlook it. It's a monstrosity of a project that would destroy that characteristic. There are major traffic concerns. We all know the community and surrounding communities use Lincoln Heights as a thoroughfare to downtown. I'm also concerned about the safety of our community. Please require environmental studies. The developer had the opportunity to do outreach and have a community meeting and never bothered doing that. Please understand this is not a NIMBY issue. Javier Angulo, I'm very disappointed in you for saying that. You own a 2-story historic home in Lincoln Heights and you earn quadruple, if not 5 times the salary of a normal person. Shame on you.
Thank you. That is your time. I will say you may use your time as you see fit. What is helpful to the commission in our decision making is to make points that speak to the appeal and the merit points of that appeal. That is how we will be making our decision. Thank you.
Caller Michelle, you're unmuted.
Please unmute.
It's my turn. Hello?
Hello, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I've lived in Los Angeles my entire life. I was born and raised. And I just want to say I strongly support this project because you can't oppose housing and say it displaces people when a project tears down an existing building, but then also oppose housing when it's being built on a vacant lot like this project is. Then you are just opposed to any new housing anywhere. If you look on their social media, that's what the protesters are doing. They oppose every new project regardless of what it is. I personally feel that we need more housing. The only reason why rent would go up is because we don't have enough housing to actually house people that are going through so many difficulties, especially right now during this pandemic and everything. I believe that it will help. It will help the neighborhood, and I just strongly support this. So I honestly need housing.
Thank you. Your time.
That would.
Thank you.
Caller Claudia, you're unmuted.
Yes, my name is Claudia Romero. I've lived in Lincoln Heights for 10 years. I own a home. Obviously, this family-based community that needs to stay a family-based. It's been a great neighborhood so far. And how is it possible that people are telling you that it's unsafe to do a project like that, especially in that land? How is it possible you're trying to make a decision on behalf of the whole community that's obviously opposed to this project? Please reconsider and please make sure that you don't lean into the corporation's money to do this, telling you that's going to help the community, which it's not. And it's obviously facts showing you that it's not, especially if they're going to use a Section 8 to help the low-income families, but the low-income families is telling you it's $55,000 income or less. So please make sure you see the facts and see that it's not a good idea for that project. Thank you.
Caller 8380, you're unmuted.
Hello?
Hello, please go ahead.
Hello, my name's Jose. I live in Lincoln Heights off of Daly, and I oppose this project for the simple fact that there is very low number of low-income housing units within a 400-plus luxury unit apartment. That's wrong, simply because we cannot afford housing here. That's wrong. I oppose this project.
Thank you.
Caller 2575, you're unmuted.
First and foremost, it's very disheartening to call the neighborhood I love and lived in since '95 an eyesore. And all those that are speaking for this project, you all sound like you're reading from a script, yo. Okay? And now I ain't speaking in big words or in big terminology or whatever. I'm speaking from the heart and soul. I went to Hillside. I was in those bungalows they just tore down for reconstruction. And that poisoning thing, that's sickening. I went to Nightingale. I graduated from Lincoln. I've seen this neighborhood change right before my eyes, and it ain't stopping. Y'all want to make it better, but not better for us. Y'all want to make it better for you. Healthier food options means more expensive. Duh. We're cool with Big Saver, fool. You just want your money. And the way to get it is how Tupac said, gimme, 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 and push, push, push. And the people of this community are the ones getting pushed. Like 66 units for us, 14% for letting y'all into our neighborhood, into our culture? Makes a lot of sense coming to our neighborhood because your neighborhood probably ain't got no culture. You lack it, and it shows. Chale, tamale. Take that shit to the 90210, homie. I'm out.
Thank you.
Caller Val, you're unmuted. Val, please unmute yourself. I will move on.
Thank you.
Caller Jack, you're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Jack Ramuni. I work in a warehouse on Avenue 33, really close to Pasadena, and I oppose this project. I'll echo what everyone else said about parking and traffic and the safety of the community, and more importantly for me is the toxic soil on the site, and that is of most concern to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 5112, you're unmuted. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Hi, I'm currently living in Lincoln Heights, and I strongly oppose this project for the very same reasons as everyone else. I see my neighbors and I see the kids around, and I don't want to be able to stay here and, you know, with such a wonderful culture and such wonderful people, and have it tarnished because of the pollution that the land has, you know? I think that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Caller 8294, you're unmuted.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Hi, my name's Jose. I'm a lifelong resident of Northeast Los Angeles, currently living in Lincoln Heights. I strongly oppose this project and stand in solidarity with my fellow community members, mainly because of the health concerns that are a result of this construction, in addition to the unfair housing that's going to be brought here. We don't need luxury housing. We need affordable housing. We need people to be able to live and thrive here. We don't need people coming in and taking advantage of luxury housing and see what happened in Lincoln, Highland Park and Echo Park. Thank you to all community organizers out here getting us informed, because I had no idea this was going on and was never got any information from the Pinoy group. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Caller Gianna, you're unmuted.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate your patience in allowing me to speak on behalf of my family who lives in Lincoln Heights. I'm concerned about their health and safety, of course. I've heard this theme throughout today's public comment area, and I don't think it's unreasonable if you choose to delay the project. It's been delayed for quite a few years now. And I think it behooves your responsibilities, commissioners, to listen to the pleas that the residents stakeholders of Lincoln Heights have thus made you aware of. Hold the developer accountable for the minimum requirement, which is filing this environmental impact report, so that there's no future city liability in terms of taking care of the stakeholders that get sick or ill from ill effects, or children get hurt on their way to school, or from the displacement of unsheltered individuals that are indeed stakeholders and they do have a vote.
Thank you.
Caller Janelle Porter, you are unmuted.
My name is Janelle Porter. I oppose the Avenue 34 development. I live in a Los Angeles neighborhood experiencing many of the same issues as Lincoln Heights. I have close friends in the neighborhood and visit often. I echo the concerns of many of the callers, especially the lack of proper environmental study and infrastructural deficits. I have to believe we, as a progressive city, can build housing using a process of greater transparency and fairness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcus Godoy, for the record, as per your direction, that was the last public comment.
Thank you. Can we go back and try Val one more time?
Will do.
Thank you.
Caller Val, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, hi. As a person who has lived in Lincoln Heights all my life and whose parents were born here, as well as whose parents tried to come from Mexico and live their life here as well, I would like to oppose this strongly. I live on Avenue 33 and I have siblings who go to school around here, and I believe this is not well to the community of Lincoln Heights and my brothers and sisters of the community who have lived here long as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, staff, have we been able to resolve the neighborhood council issue?
Cecilia Lamas, for the record. Commissioner Millman, I have not received a resolution or an impact statement report.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we have given the correct amount of time to the neighborhood council, as we do not have a resolution or community impact statement. Do we have the council office present?
Cecilia Lamas, for the record. We do. We have Gerald.
Thank you. Welcome, Gerald. Please take as much time as you need.
Thank you, commissioners. We really appreciate the opportunity to provide comment. And our office has submitted to the record a formal letter from the council member. And I'd just simply like to go forward and read it into the record at this time. Honorable commissioners, when the commission first considered this matter on August 13th, 2020, you rightfully decided to pause and requested the applicant to conduct more comprehensive community outreach. My office wholeheartedly supported the request and asked the applicant to take the opportunity to actively listen and respond to the concerns of the people who live and work in the Lincoln Heights community. The council office has long been a strong advocate for the production of new housing, serving a range of income groups in a city experiencing a severe housing crisis. The global pandemic has exposed housing insecurity amongst the city's most vulnerable and exacerbated the need for increasing stock of all housing types, including affordable and supportive housing. We support promoting attractive architecture and urban design compatible with our local neighborhoods. And we appreciate the transit-oriented communities policy intended to bring housing opportunities in proximity to the city's growing public transit infrastructure. The proposed project would introduce new density into the Lincoln Heights community and change the site's land use from industrial to mixed-use development. Our office acknowledges the community concerns raised by stakeholders, including potential impacts on vehicular traffic, parking, and pedestrian safety, design compatibility in terms of density, scale, massing, character, soil contamination, and housing access. The council office has heard these demands and we share these demands. Vehicular access should be allowed at Pasadena Avenue, and enhanced traffic and pedestrian safety measures should be implemented at the Metro Gold Line Acre crossing at Avenue 33 and Artesian Street. The building scale and mass should provide a transition in the context of the existing adjacent low-scale mixed-use neighborhood. Expert evidence demonstrating the soil on site is clean and safe for residential use should be fully disclosed to protect public health and safety. And access to new housing units should be extended to the Lincoln Heights community. In response to these community concerns, the applicant has advised the council office that it is offering the following project modifications, voluntary conditions of approval, and clarifications for the commission's consideration. In terms of vehicular traffic, parking, and pedestrian safety, allow vehicular access exiting at Pasadena Avenue. And I understand the planning department will offer up a clarification of the Q condition, which previously was interpreted as outright prohibiting that, so that a site plan amendment would show a dual use of a fire lane, also serving as a vehicular circulation lane and allowing for exiting at Pasadena Avenue. Implement safety improvements at Avenue 33 and Artesian Street as recommended by Metro. And our office independently consulted with Metro to confirm that Metro did make these specific recommendations. Clear signage for westbound traffic on Avenue 33 to ensure that vehicles stop at the wait here line when a train is oncoming. Also, a flashing signal on southbound Artesian Street and Avenue 33 that indicates either no right turn or train approaching that would be triggered when trains pass through the crossing. Another point was a discussion around preferential parking district, and the applicant has indicated it would support the initiation and the formation of such a district, although there was concern to guarantee that beyond just a verbal commitment to provide some level of reassurance that that support will indeed be delivered. Prohibit public street parking by tenants on Avenue 33 and 34 as required in a lease agreement. And this is something, again, the applicant is putting forward. Finally, comply with any additional Vision Zero public improvements as determined by LADOT. The other area of concern was design compatibility. And there has been reference to a previously scheme approved by the city on August 22nd, 2017. The zoning administrator approved the mixed-use development with a total floor area of 524,600 square feet on 5.03 acres with a floor area ratio of 2.6 to 1. The revised scheme would increase the number of affordable units. It would reduce the commercial space, remove office space, so that ground level retail is now 16,395 square feet and adds an estimated 1.5 acres of usable open space. So overall, there's a downscaling of an FAR from 2.6 to 1 to 2.5 to 1. And finally, one major concern was soil contamination. So we also independently reviewed the record, and we did confirm the official public record includes copies of 2 phase 1 environmental site assessments prepared in 2015 and 2019, providing lines of evidence about the former uses, present environmental conditions. Is my internet good?
Now it is.
That present a contamination risk. So our office also wanted to look at what are the zoning conditions attached to this property. There's a sub area A that was part of a Northeast Community Plan update action by the commission and the city council. And there's a very clear Q condition. I understand the planning department today will recommend to kind of elevate that Q condition and incorporate it as a formal condition of approval in this action today. And I think it's worth just restating that condition in its entirety, so it's clear that the Q condition, and if adopted, the condition of approval will incorporate this requirement. And this is the quote from the Q condition. Property owners shall satisfy any requirements from the State Department of Toxic Substance Control, DTSC, in relation to potential contamination on the subject site. Prior to the issuance of any clearances by the Department of City Planning, property owners shall provide to the Department of City Planning a letter from the Department of Toxic Substance Control that establishes DTSC's satisfaction that the subject site currently meets DTSC requirements for the proposed use, or alternatively, that establishes DTSC's satisfaction with the property owner's contamination testing plan for the proposed use. And finally, the area of concern around housing access. So we know 60 units shall serve very low income households, which shall be delivered in the first phase of construction. We advocated that the applicant shall engage in an affirmative marketing plan and partner with a local community-based organization to increase access by income qualified residents in Lincoln Heights. And finally, the applicant has advised it is voluntarily agreeing to execute and record a covenant that mandates that the setting of initial rents for a total of 192 units, at least 115 studio units, and 77 one-bedroom units at rental rates at or below workforce housing rent levels. So in recent years, Council District 1 has experienced significant neighborhood change. The challenge becomes how to welcome new investment, which generates positive public community benefits without displacement and is respectful of the neighborhood's context. Given the development rights allowed by the commercial manufacturing zone, but also in light of the city's housing crisis, I appreciate the Commission's best judgment in deliberating on this matter. The proposed project is a significantly improved scheme as compared, hang on, whoops. One moment, please. I lost my text. Here we go. Thank you for your patience. The proposed project is a significantly improved scheme as compared to a mixed-use project previously approved by the city, which had less affordability, more office and commercial floor area, and none of the conditions that have been presented to the Commission. It is our office's position to support the revised project entirely contingent upon the approval of conditions and project modifications put forward by the applicant and the Department of City Planning that address community concerns. Sincerely, Councilmember Gilbert C. Dio, 1st Council District. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. I know there are still members of the public with their hands raised. About 45 minutes ago, I did say that we were closing the line and gave people an opportunity to raise their hands at that time to get in the queue. And then once we gave them that opportunity, we cut it off. We have spent, I think, 3.5 hours on public comment. And under commission rules, we are allowed to put a cap on comment. And I feel that in order to address the needs of the public, not only for this case, but all the other cases that we have today, we did need to put a cap on today at 3.5 hours. With that, I am closing public comment and would like to ask staff if there's anything that they would like to respond to that they heard.
Michelle Carter for the record. We do not have anything to add, but we are available for questions.
Thank you very much. With that, we are going to begin commissioner deliberations. So thank you, commissioners. I see that David Ambroz already has his hand up, so I will kick off the discussion with David.
Thank you. I listened and appreciated a lot of what was said and the passion. I'm sure my colleagues will say the same. When I boil down to it, though, I look at, as Dana is off to remind us, and the city attorney is as well, what is before us and what is our purview. And what is before us is essentially an appeal, and a TOC appeal at that. And the appeal has very specific requirements. And despite listening again and again and reading all the materials, I found the testimony and the documents provided wanting in terms of potentially granting an appeal. We have to make very specific, measurable findings that there are impacts that cannot be mitigated, and that's not the case here. The environmental concerns are on a neighboring property, and our suppositions as to whether or not they're on the subject property, and this can be countered with two phase one environmental studies on the actual site, so we can mitigate the concerns. So although I think there's a lot of important things that have been said, and conversations about gentrification and displacement are vital, I look at this as a TOC appeal, and I have not found evidence that would allow us to grant such an appeal, which is heavily circumscribed by law. So while I appreciate everything that's been said and share some of the concerns, kind of theoretically and broadly speaking, in this instance, as a adjudicatory body, I do not see how we would grant an appeal. And I think we can talk about the other issues, but that is beside the point in some instance, in that we have an appeal which makes certain required findings of us. And I look forward to hear my colleagues' comments. I'm not going to disagree probably on the subjective, broadly speaking, issues that have been raised about inclusive development and all those great things. So I look forward to that. The other thing I would say is our public dialogue is in the shitter. And I find that so lamentable. The personal attacks against each other, the accusations, and the characterization of people or developers as a class or NIMBYs don't persuade me in the slightest. And as the decision maker, I would hope that testimony and evidence that you're giving, you would hope to persuade a decision maker. And I think the character assassinations on both sides is just, it doesn't persuade me in the slightest. It does not affect my decision. When I look at the facts and I look at the law, to me, it's very clear that there are not sufficient facts presented to grant an appeal. I look forward to my colleagues' comments.
Samantha, you're on mute.
Oh. Of course I am. Dana Perlman, please go ahead.
Thank you. I do want to thank everyone for coming out. I did not mean earlier to indicate that we had time limitations or interest limitations. We always value the public comment. Speaking for myself, I review the materials that are submitted, whether in writing or the oral comments that come in on the record. But as a couple of things. First of all, as David noted, we have a very limited review before us. And when I look at the mandates of the Housing Accountability Act, which is a state law, which limits what we are able to do as far as rejecting housing development. We can only do so if we have objective, identified evidence of significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impacts. And while people spoke very passionately, I did not see any evidence in the record that would support, that shows any sort of such impact. Again, it's the impact that this project would have, not what the existing community or the existing property already has or may have. Look, this has been a concern for decades as far as how we deal with property that has been industrial, that has been in manufacturing, that may have had certain environmental issues, or even properties in commercial areas that have the same concerns, dry cleaners. And that is why the state has very strict guidelines and requirements as far as what the developers and the contractors must do to make sure that the property is as clean and as safe as possible. This is a perfect location, I think, looking at the gold line, et cetera, additional housing. And I, for one, am very appreciative of the developers' willingness to invest a great deal of money. Of course, it's for profit. Or they hope it's for profit. We all hope it's at some point, but they're putting their money on the line to try to improve this area and provide housing. I can't personally afford to do that. I can't write those checks. I don't have that ability, and I don't own the properties even if I did. So I think that needs to be taken into account also. It's all fine and good for us to say we want everyone everywhere to build 100% affordable housing. Well, in a perfect world, maybe, but we can't force them. And I don't know people who are randomly saying, I'll give up my home and convert it to 100% affordable housing for others, because that's effectively what you're asking them to do. I think that the councilman's letter and proposals are very sound. I'd like to hear from staff. I guess, Oliver, I'm seeing you type diligently the entire time. Your camera is right at your keyboard, my friend. As far as the workforce housing restrictions, for one, can I ask you, what sort of covenant would that be? For how long would that be in place? Do you know?
This is Oliver Netburn with the Department of City Planning. Yes, I diligently just trying to with all the comments. So with regards to the covenanted units, there will be 66 units that will be covenanted as part of the TOC application. And so those will be covenanted through Department of HSID, and those will be 55-year terms at very low income housing. The applicant has also offered to provide additional affordable units, I believe at the workforce housing rate. The units would be covenanted for the first tenant. And so it would be essentially a first-time tenant would get the workforce housing level of rental. And once that tenant left, they would then go back to a market rate. And so there would be no 55-year term on those additional units that the applicant, I believe, has offered up.
And Oliver, do you know, is that for the term of the initial lease that initial tenant signs, or is it for so long as that initial tenant occupies that space?
It would be for the term that the tenant occupies the space.
Okay, so if they renew and extend and end up going from a 1-year lease and they're there for 15 years, that would still remain covenanted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the remaining points in the I misspoke, council members' letter, I think are all excellent conditions. I don't think we can condition anything about preferential parking districts. While we may support them, that's between the residents and the council member and DOT. But the other points, I believe as many of those as possible can be added in as conditions. Is that correct, Oliver?
I believe for the most part, they can be added in as conditions. They seem to be generally in line with the conditions that the applicant has offered, which they submitted several letters on behalf with regards to. There may be some additional conditions that we would have to scrutinize at your direction as to whether or not we would be able to include those as conditions of approval should you elect to approve this project.
Okay, because it seems to me some of them, for example, the new in and out on Pasadena and things of that nature would have to be subject to BOE and DOT final approval, correct?
Yes, they would have to be ultimately subject to their approval, but I don't know of any prohibitions that these other agencies would necessarily have. But ultimately, yeah, they would be part of the approval process.
Okay, and then finally, as just to make clear, because there were some members of the public that seemed to, or that indicated that that we would be ceding our role to BOE with respect to things like design and density and use. Can you confirm for me, Oliver, that the conditions as drafted, and if we were to move forward with staff's recommendations, we would not be ceding any such authority to BOE. It's really they would be looking at things more like, again, compliance with building code, making sure that DTSC and other sort of environmental issues are properly cleared. Am I correct?
Correct. I think the comment though was also directed more at the Q condition. And so this Q condition has a number of conditions that the project is required to comply with. And in a review of the project, we found that the project does comply with those conditions. And so ultimately, those conditions will be cleared by our public counter, but we've reviewed compliance with that Q condition and found that the project does comply with it.
Right, so we're not ceding that authority.
And so we would not be ceding, right, correct. We would not be ceding authority.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the hard work staff has put into this and the council member's office in developing these additional points. I think they're great additional benefits for the community and for the city as a whole, especially the additional workforce housing. And I agree with David. I don't see a basis on which we can grant the appeal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I go to the next commissioner, Oliver, I just want to follow up on the question about the workforce housing and confirm that the covenanted workforce housing, if it's covenanted for the length that the resident stays in the unit, would be subject to rent increases only as allowed by under the RSO ordinance.
But I don't believe it would even be subject to the rent increases allowed by the RSO ordinance. It would be subject to the rent increases that are allowed by the increase in AMI and the workforce housing rents. And so, yes, it would be a rent stabilized unit, but ultimately, the rent rate would be primarily established by the workforce housing rent rate.
Right. So what I'm trying to convey here is that they can't just hike up rent, right? Like it's
Correct.
a very, it's
And
level
as, right, and as part of the condition, we have that the applicant would be paying fees to HCID, where HCID would then be able to monitor the rent rates and the tenancies for that initial period or for that first tenant. And so there would be that level of oversight with HCID, which is the body within the city of Los Angeles that reviews and monitors rental rates.
Thank you. And for the benefit of the 200 people on this call who don't speak Planarese like we do, can you explain what HCID is and what they do real quick, real short?
Right. HCID is the one of the city's housing departments. It's the Housing and Community Development Department. and they monitor and enforce primarily housing laws and affordable housing laws. And in this particular case, they would be monitoring and enforcing the affordable housing units that are within this property.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any other thoughts? A few of you have not yet spoken. Not all at once.
I think Karen raised my hand.
Ah, okay, Karen, please.
Sorry. I feel like, you know, I'm sort of thinking about this situation that we're in as cities and as planners in terms of trying to address these monumental issues that we are struggling with. And, you know, many of them are contained within this particular case. And I feel like part of it is that we really need to change our narratives. We're kind of stuck in these narratives that we like to you know, have applied to various situations in it, you know, and that's what kind of moves things forward. And let me give you an example. One of them is the narrative around transit. And if we just put housing around transit, that people will actually use that transit. And in my understanding, it is only low-income people who generally cannot afford other ways of transportation that end up using transit. In Los Angeles in particular, where it's so difficult to get around otherwise. And so, you know, I'm just very challenged by this, our situation writ large, in really trying to be responsive to an extraordinary outpouring by a community that, you know, we rarely see as a body. So clearly, this project is not responsive to what the community's needs are. And you know, I guess the other narrative that, you know, continues to play out is that the community's voice is it isn't as valuable as, you know, the experts or the reports or you know, the information that we have, when in fact it is the most valuable information if we are serious about really creating a city where everyone thrives. It is the most valuable information because they know what's going on. And I recognize that we don't have a lot of room based on the laws. I want to underscore, you know, my hope that, you know, as we push forward and think about the work of the department, of the commission, that we really are serious about wanting to do things differently, about wanting to create a city where everyone does do well. You know, I mean, some of the comments just tore at my heart, like a functioning neighborhood has nothing to do with, you know, I mean, well, it may on some level, but the guts of a functioning neighborhood are the people that live there, and their ability to work together, to connect, to you know, have a sense of connection to their community. You know, wealth is not necessarily a measure of a functioning neighborhood, as we all know. And so, you know, that's another narrative. Like, you know, if a community has amenities, if a community has, you know, beauty, then it is well functioning. That is a lie. And so, you know, we're all so plugged into this narrative that does not serve us. And so I am challenged to vote affirmatively on this project because I think it is a vote against all of our interests, not just the interest of this particular community. So, you know, I want to just underscore, obviously I've heard the community, and I so appreciate, you know, the voices that are here. And I am very skeptical of the developer in their assertions that they actually connected with the community. I mean, you know, they're here. So I don't know what happened. You know, it feels like we're doing the best that we can, or you know, the council office is trying to work with the developer to be somewhat responsible, but you know, I just do not think it goes far enough. You know, I think that we're going to have to do a lot of work around TOC to really make it the ideal that we want it to be, and in terms of being responsive, really responsive to communities that are very different and that have different needs and have, you know, different ways of wealth creation, you know, different ways of being together, so that, you know, we are creating places that support everyone. So I will stop there.
Thank you, Karen. I'm going to speak later, but I do want to speak. You brought up a great point about TOC, which is working with TOC to make it more responsive to neighborhoods. And I think one of the strongest points of TOC is that it's a temporary program. And as we're updating community plans with tremendous input from communities are creating new incentive programs to replace TOC, or they can choose to adopt it. That's a community decision, baked in to their community plans. So I think the whole structure of TOC was this vision of working with communities to tailor make their own base and bonus systems with bonuses that speak to the real needs of the community that they're in. And within those community plans, there are sub areas. So sub areas could have different programs built in. So we can really customize TOC. But now we're getting into a discussion of TOC. I want to bring us back to the project to see if Vahid or Mark have anything to say before I weigh in. Go ahead, Mark.
So I want to thank all of the members of the community. We've had quite a robust discussion. And, you know, in the end, I agree with Commissioners Ambroz and Perlman that just given the facts in front of us, there's nothing that would allow us to grant the appeal. That said, I understand the feelings and needs of this community that were expressed, but I think what also needs to be understood is, you know, this is a new structure, new housing, new affordable housing, TOC project. There are a lot of positives, and you know, to Commissioner Ambroz's point, the level of discourse is disappointing because there are other ways to have this conversation. And if there are bigger points to be discussed, that needs to happen. But where I sit right now, I don't see any way that we could grant an appeal. And I would urge, the interested parties in this case to understand a lot of the positives that are coming out of this project. We talk every single meeting about affordable housing. And it is probably, if not the number one of the top issues facing our city. And, this is delivering some of that. And it's not a drop in the bucket. We've had projects where, we talk about how 4 units of affordable housing is a positive. We're chipping away. So, I think that this project delivers a lot of positives. While I hear some of the concerns of the vocal neighbors, I would urge them to understand, what this body is entrusted to do. And, what's in front of us is, I don't think there's any way to grant the appeal. Thank you.
Thanks, Samantha. I'll go. A couple of questions before I make general comments. The applicant brought up community-based organizations and a partnership. Can we just get some clarification on who has oversight of that, how that actually works? Is there like an HSIT type for community-based organization partnerships?
Oliver Netburn here with Department of City Planning. So that would not be necessarily something that would go through HSID, but maybe the applicant, if you are okay with that, could come up and speak a little bit to that condition and what their plan would be.
Please.
Cecilia Lamas for the record. We are trying to locate the applicant in our attendees list.
Okay. Before they come on, I'll make my general comment. If for those on the call, if you heard public comment, general public comment before, you heard from Central City United discussing the TFAR program. One of the criticisms of TFAR I've had, which is a downtown policy, is that it doesn't offer inclusionary affordable housing. It's a way for an applicant to essentially get a density bonus without offering any on-site affordable housing. To me, when a project doesn't have on-site affordable housing, that's the #1 cost for displacement, direct, and of course, indirect displacement. And TOC is one of those programs where it addresses displacement because it requires an on-site affordable component, which is, I believe, essential. And I know to this community, there is the threat of indirect displacement, and I'm not sure I have the information to address that. I would say that TOC is an appeal. This is before us because it's an appeal. These are meant to be by right, that an applicant provides certain things and they receive a density bonus and they can build, and it's supposed to streamline housing so we can tackle a housing crisis in the city. And again, this is only before us because it's an appeal. And the merits of the appeal haven't been met. But having said that, I think the one thing that I would say to this community is, although it may not feel like it, you've accomplished something that is admirable in that not only were you able to work with your council member and this applicant to push for more affordable housing, but you received other benefits that were not a part of the TOC. So the applicant is going above and beyond. And I know that may not seem like a victory based on the public comment today, but just on my experience on TOC appeals and what communities have asked for in terms of displacement, indirect or direct, and affordable housing, it's quite an accomplishment. And whether you choose to pursue this appeal further, I don't know, but I would just say that this is itself quite an accomplishment, and I think you should be proud of your activism. And of course, it should be the discourse. Both sides should be more respectful. But I think to the community, you should recognize the feat you've accomplished. And if the applicant is on, if we can get some clarity on how the community-based organization partnership works, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Corzine, this is Jerry Neuman speaking on behalf of the applicant. We have been engaged with the council district and the council office relative to recommendations of community-based organizations. The reason there isn't one specified, they had suggested that we go to the Boys and Girls Club, which we have done, to talk about how they can help engage in a broader community. We don't know whether or not the Boys and Girls Club feels equipped to do that. So our condition is reflective of the fact that we want to continue to work with the council office to identify the appropriate organization that will allow us the broadest outreach to the community. I understand what the purpose of this is there's a desire that the very low income units go to members of the community. Under the Fair Housing Act, we can't just create a list of community members, but the way that you do it is you ensure that people, because you got to go first come first serve, but you can allow to advertise first and engage first in the community so that they know when applications are open and when to come in. So you want to find the organization that best outreaches to those people who are most effective and can be brought into that system as quickly as possible. So whether it's the Boys and Girls Club or someone else, we have to find, and we'll work with the council office to find the right organization that gets the word out so that people within the community are first understand when applications for the affordable housing are open, and they are first in line to do that. If you all knew of an organization, we would accept anyone. I just don't think anyone here at the moment knows what that organization is. And as I said, the council office directed us to the Boys and Girls Club, and that is first on our list. And we have to determine whether they're able and feeling comfortable in doing that specific kind of outreach.
I have a question. Is the nonprofit going to get paid?
If the nonprofit needs to be reimbursed or paid for the work that they're going to do, we're happy to do that. We have not gotten to that level of discussion as to what needs to happen. That's not an issue at all. The issue is ensuring that we have the right organization that outreaches as broadly as possible to the people who are most in need.
Vahid, does that conclude your comments?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
So, where to start here? What is before us today, or I'll start over. There are various levels of discretion, and discretion meaning like how wide is our decision-making ability based on what a developer is asking for. And in TOC, while there is discretion, meaning you can make decisions about whether a project meets very concrete benchmarks, right? So we would call those objective standards. In other types of developments, we have wider discretion, meaning we can take things into consideration that are beyond what's before us today, and frankly, that may address some of the issues that we heard today. This is not one of those times where we have before us something with the discretion to disallow a project based on many of the concerns that we heard. And while we may not be able to disallow the project, we are allowed to impose conditions to address the very real needs of the community. And one of the very real needs I heard from this community, and it's no surprise because I think there's a history in this area of the city of severe environmental injustice is this concern of spewing toxic chemicals into the community across the street from an elementary school near homes with small children. And so what can we do as a commission? What can we do as a planning department in a city to ensure that that doesn't happen? I really like the condition that staff proposed in the technical modification, because what it says is if the state agency that is in charge of making sure that these toxins are not present says, all clear, this can move forward. We, based on real evidence, see that this is a clear site and there will not be any sort of impact, environmental negative impact from release of toxic chemicals into the community, that there is no toxic chemical problem on site. Once we get that okay from a state agency, then and only then can permits be pulled to start construction of this project. That, I think, is the assurance that the community needs and is required to have and should have. And I want to make sure that we include that technical modification in any decision that we make today. One thing I will say is I understand the comment from the community about how the area median income for very low income housing is slightly above what the median income is in the community. There are people in the community that do meet that very low income requirement, but beyond that, the very low income requirement, the fact that this is a person that makes, you know, in the high $30,000 a year, or a family that makes under $50,000 a year, about $50,000 a year, those are severely rent burdened families. Those are very low income families that deserve housing and that will be helped by the units on site. These are not very wealthy people with lots of privilege that are coming and filling these very low income units. These are people that are one paycheck away from homelessness, potentially. So I just want to be really careful in how we're looking at those very low income units and make sure that we're not viewing them as some sort of product for a privileged class, because they're really not. I agree with much of what has been said. Speaking to the idea of TOC and citing density near transit, and you know, I was and continue to be a supporter of TOC. I have a lot of friends who are not low income who ride transit. And I have to say, some of my friends who are older, who have children in their late teens and early 20s, those kids aren't getting their driver's license and they are relying on public transportation. I think if you have a project with 200 parking spaces for 400 units, and those are unbundled parking spaces, so you have to pay for them if you want it. When you're going around and looking for an apartment, you are making a decision as a renter, as a market rate renter, to choose to live in a place with no parking near transit. And if what you need is an apartment with parking, you're going to choose that instead in a market rate building. And so I do think that these mixed income buildings can attract transit riders because they are marketed to transit riders, essentially. With that, I don't want to bloviate any more on the record. If there is a commissioner who has any more thoughts or would like to make a motion, I see Dana and David.
I want to add, I appreciate that. And I want to add one other point on TOC and how it affects this community. TOC is not a policy. It's not something that this commission developed on its own. This came from a voter initiative, Measure JJJ, that the residents of the city of Los Angeles passed, the entire city. So that is now a requirement that we are dealing with. And I recognize that some people, and unfortunately this happens to us quite often, come to us and say, well, I fully support these programs, just in another neighborhood, in another area, in another place. And it's not just this sort of housing, it's permanent supportive housing. We get those things all the time. I fully support permanent supportive housing, just not in my neighborhood. JJJ passed, the entire city is now required to support and promote transit-oriented communities. Full stop. And that's what we're doing here. And this developer is working within the confines of the rules that came about as a result of JJJ. So with that, David, I didn't know if you had a comment. I'm ready to make a motion, or okay.
I want to acknowledge, sorry, I forgot to say something, and then Karen Mack had her hand up, and then we can move forward with the motion. Any motion that is made, I want to make sure that we're addressing this community concern. They had the appellants, one of the best appeal presentations I've ever seen. And I don't think they're still on the call, which is a shame, because I think the work they did on their appeal was just incredible, and really helpful to us in illustrating the issues and coming up with conditions to really address the needs of the community. The picture that they put up of the narrow street, I think it's artesian, with the cars turning and the bike riders and the pedestrians. I mean, it's clear to me, let's move that driveway to the northeast corner at Pasadena Avenue per the council member's letter. And I forgot to put that in my comments before. Karen, I'd like to acknowledge you, and then David, we'll go to you. Oops. Karen, you're muted.
I just want to reiterate that our challenge as a body, our challenge as a city, is that we are working within a framework that has for centuries discriminated against people like the people in this neighborhood. And so our work is to consider how we evolve so that that is not the case. And, you know, I know everyone is of the mind of transformation of this situation. And so, you know, the legislative system, whether it be, you know, created by the city council, by the state of California, by the voters, it's all connected to this framework that is not in support of people like the people we are dealing with today. I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Karen. David?
Yeah, I would like Dean to make the motion.
Before you go, Oliver has his hand up.
Goodness.
Oliver, was there something you needed to put on the record before we make a motion?
Yeah, I wanted to just sort of make sure that the record was clear. And you touched on one of the conditions, which is the driveway along Pasadena Avenue, that would be something that you would approve. What that would essentially require is that the applicant submit a revised Exhibit A site plan that would show the driveway, which is now labeled as a fire lane, would be a lane for ingress egress of passenger vehicles. The other couple of points I wanted to bring forward were that the first hearing that we had back in August, we had put forth 2 technical modifications relating to the tree planter size as well as solar systems. And so I wanted to make sure that those were incorporated into the motion that you are making. In addition, then obviously the technical modification that we put forth today regarding the soil contamination and the DTSC requirements. And then lastly, should you support the applicant's proposed conditions, we would just want to make sure that we are including the 2 offsite conditions relating to Avenue 33, Artesian Street, and the Metro Gold Line crossing, the additional workforce housing requirement, and the additional community commercial program that the applicant had offered.
David, is that your understanding? And I think I may have misstated. I think I said relocate. I think it was add the driveway to to the corner at Pasadena Avenue.
Correct.
President Millman, I'm going to allow or ask, I think Dana was going to make the motion. I would be glad to second it. I wanted to just say, in case it wasn't clear, that I think this is an excellent project. I think it achieves so many goals, and I want to thank the developer for persevering and the community for making it even better. But I think sometimes developers get pretty beat up. I support investment in neighborhoods. I support TOC, and I know it can be a hard process, sometimes a context for it, but it is worth it. And this project is better for it. So thank the developer for their perseverance. I'm glad to make the motion, although I thought, Dana, did you want to make that motion?
Fine.
All right, well, I will do my best, President Millman, and I think I'll need the assist of a few colleagues. So I support staff's recommended actions with the modifications as provided in the memo, as well as the changes that Oliver just shared on the record. Dramatic
I'll
pause.
second that.
Okay.
I'll second that. And there was another technical modification that came yesterday, so I think Oliver, I think there are actually two memos with technical modifications. So we'll incorporate all of those.
I understand that to be the case, and I agree, Dana.
Cecilia, we have a first and a second. Will you please call for the vote?
Cecilia Lamas for the record. Commissioner Ambroz,
Yes.
Commissioner Perlman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mack,
No.
Commissioner Mitchell,
Yes.
Commissioner Corsan,
Sorry, yes.
Commissioner Millman,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Thank you. I am going to ask that we take a brief 3-minute recess and reconvene at 1:21 so that we can take a quick bio break. Thank you.